Cuckoo-ca-cha! Cuckoo-ca-cha! Hello, hello, hello. Hi. What's everybody up to? Hope you're doing so well. What up, what up, what up? Everybody here? What's up, soldiers of peace and non-cuckery? True that. Hey, turn your top chats to live chats, boys. How's everybody doing? Happy hump day, boys. See y'all soon. What up, fam? What up, Che? What up, Relentless? What up, Bonita? What up, Lori? What up, Cubit? What up, Ignarsties? What up, Icon? What up, Eternally Bumpin'? Barry's here. Filming's here. Nikki's here. Adrian's here. Everybody's here. Noel's here. What the frick is up? How are you guys doing? I'm good. I'm chilling. Eternally Bumpin's over to Twitch. Welcome, boys. Should I go feed Squeaks or no? Up to you guys. He's gonna abuse his sisters either way. Honestly, maybe we don't feed him tonight. Maybe he'll be a good boy. Here, let's see. Squeaks. Are you gonna be good boy if I don't feed you, or are you gonna be bad boy? He looks like he's gonna be bad boy. He looks like he's thinking about being bad right now. I don't know about that guy. I'm Andy Dick, but me and Andy Dick are also Paul Wysopal's son. So, yes, both. All right, dudes. Gonna go feed the cats. Wait, hold on. I do want to hear. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up? All right, BRB. Mischief is afoot. Yes, mischief is about to be afoot. What up, Black Death? What up, everybody?
As usual, she was looking
beautiful as ever.
Better than anything on this stupid world I could treasure. One time I wrote her a letter that I never
Bongs
sent.
up.
Probably better that I never did. It wasn't heaven sent. To get back has me feeling extra dead again. Imagine being this competitive, but you never win. Everything's a sedative. Never really get to live. We look at photographs of when we didn't think.
Welcome.
Remember this. Life alone gets colder on the holidays. Even if I'm not, I'm still hoping that we're all okay. Let me be the first to say sorry. I don't mean to be a bummer, even if the grass was actually greener in the summer. I needed my winters with me, eating my dinner, even though I'd rather meet my maker than meet your mother. I'm another greedy sinner. When you left, it felt like the deepest splinter. Now we need each other, but I still don't see the picture. Stubborn as always, thinking I could paint it better myself. I'd be lying if I said that you never did help. There's something about the silence of that snowfall. It's like God's angrily shaking up the snow globe ball. We say thanks for the gift and take it like phone calls, faking close calls. It all went to my head like the shape of most malls. Forgot about me. The day I died, it was for you I was crashing. Wonder if you even reacted to the news of my passing. What's that smell? Somebody cooking? She out here stealing every stranger's heart. Cupid with her angel darts just took my whole brain apart. She a picture perfect picnic type of day in the park. I don't even know her name, I'm in the background playing my part. Higher than heavenly strings, played on a harp. Got me lighting up in the middle of the night like I'm afraid of the dark. Angel, when did you first start lying to God? Mine was the first time I tried suicide by garage. She had that red hair paired with the death glare. At her feet, I bleed my death hair. I breathe her breath air. Makes me sick, that love is pain, and I can't admit it. No code over puddles. Laying in front of trains, making bridges. Girl, where you going? Take me with you like taking pictures. Either way, I hope you have the best day. You either play the victim or parade the victor. Anything to get that Section 8. Nothing lasts forever. I guess not even her blessed grace makes sense, but any investment made's a collection plate. I'm just trying to get a date, but I guess it's late. So I left, aka I left it to fate. I'ma just head out after I glance at your name tag. Then let my phone number dance its way into your handbag. I know in hindsight that every era sounds the greatest. But you had to see Alice at Wegmans. I say about 2008-ish. I'm back. They said you'll know me by my stab wounds. When the streets get dark, I start feeling lonely on a half moon, howling at you. Got me catcalling from a cocoon. Butterflies in my stomach, blackballing any future with you. I don't give a conjugal visit, never even shown interest. But she ain't just bad. She max security with no visits. Girl, I'm just like you, except I wanna bring the right bag to heist with stealing hearts. Cause they even put a price tag on niceness. I feel high as my jean shorts. I'm in a beach chair, mine's on a seashore. Fire inside like piece of war, wiring C4. I got the drive for a detour. Of course I'll take some fries with that, she's all I need. Personality's the only other sides I have. I guess I'll never get back what she stole from me. Gotta trust my gut, it always reminds me when I have no money. Which sucks, cause I'm thinking of this chick feeling so hungry. Had to stop because she could always own runways. Went to pick her up and remembered Chick-fil-A is closed Sundays. Wait, the whole time you're talking about a chicken sandwich? You fucking serious? Love at first, free falling for a tree climb. She smiled back, but was probably just trying to be nice. Now, can't get her off my head like fleas and lice. Driving home, she got me lost in all of these street lights. She had those real sharp looking eyebrows, the deadliest kind. Her angry eyes got me wanting to get behind enemy lines. Another row stacked, can't even laugh like Prozac. Toe tagging like I'll be back with a roadmap. Acting too relaxed for the phone tap. Show up and never go back. Here's the trophy, gotta hand it to you. Here, hold that. Julie, are you still there? Fuck, I didn't know beauty could instill fear. I am still scared, still shook. She smiled but read my mind like a little book. When she appeared, cartoon hearts filled the air. She looked away, should I still look? Keep my eyes down, that'll prove I don't really care. Cause when I stare without realizing, I realize when the smile becomes compromising. I could die trying to fly in the wind. If only I could be a fly on that padded wall. Princess, to find your tower, I would battle all. I ain't even trying to win. You won't hold me back before I fight them all. Journey I take you on is worth the hell I take you from. Lovebirds made for life, but I'm just trying to make you lunch. Will you carry me to work? And on the way we can split on a Sara Lee dessert. Always gotta remember the world already ended. Like life is a lottery, pretending I have a chance to calmly defend it. She told me to shut the fuck up. I said I wasn't even talking. She said I think too loud. I said, why do you think they call me Apocalypse? They think I'm insane.
Apocalypse.
Really, I just think they're complaining. I wasn't picked for their game, but still I'm aiming. I swear, if the journey's the reward, I need off this treadmill.
Ooh, you got your guitar, bass, amp, and pedals out of storage the other day? Let's go. Your dad wasn't impressed by these songs? What about Who the Fuck is Mike? Who the fuck is Paul? What about Step Brothers? All right, boys, what up? How's everyone doing? Any good news? Any bad news? If I married Andy Dick, it'd be the ball dick wedding. If I married Andy Dick, my name would be Debbie Dick. That makes sense, honestly. Deborah McVeigh Wysopal Dick. All right, boys. Well, let's get into it. Let's just start with a frickin' minutes of horror, see what happens.
Quite a few things to get into in today's video. For example, the FBI are coming after you. But before we go ahead and get into any of that, I do want to go ahead and talk about this. So there have been some very strange and bizarre sounds in the skies lately, to the point that we have actual city officials willing to pay thousands of dollars to identify them because they are absolutely clueless as to where these sounds are coming from. But this may be the strangest of all. This video comes from David Cup 3.
Oh, your partner's in the hospital with preeclampsia? That's something from giving birth, right? Well, everything's okay? Is that a normal thing? But I hope everything is going well, buddy. Keep us updated. Yeah, it kind of sounds like a tornado siren, but also like a sound bowl. Oh, Dulles Airport has a whole bunch of planes flying in that aren't on flight radar. Go figure. Oh, is Mossad flying in to finally come and occupy us? They don't need to come and occupy us. They already trained our police force to do that for them. Blood pressure was really high this week, and the staff here is amazing. Best I've had in a hospital for real, so she's in good hands. Okay, good. Hell yeah. Dogs don't like it. What if it's the mountains singing? That'd be sick. Yeah. No, that's just a faraway tornado siren, it sounds like. Because it did the thing where it stops ringing and then goes... It just sounds like it has cool reverb from the mountains and stuff.
What was that?
These sounds are getting weirder and weirder, and this sounds like a much louder version of what was captured by many residents over in North Carolina, to the point they could not get any sleep. It was driving them insane. They were getting headaches, getting dizzy, and I'm not saying this is the same exact sound that was captured in North Carolina, but these strange, mysterious sounds, whether they are hums, booms, horns, are happening so frequent that they're now appearing more and more in mainstream news.
So 30 years ago, if you heard that a drone could be on campus to help stop a potential active shooter, what would you think?
Unimaginable.
In the next few months, these drones will become part of Bernie ISD's security plan.
I was, I've grown so much to appreciate the concept now, but my initial reaction was...
Yeah, it's going to be used to stop school shooters. That's totally what it's going to be used for.
No, this doesn't make any sense.
The district will be one of the first in Texas to use Campus Guardian Angel. KSAT Investigates visited the startup's Austin headquarters to see them in action.
This concept seems like it's straight out of a sci-fi movie.
You know, I think a lot of people, when we first talked about this, the first response is, yes, it sounds like a sci-fi movie, Black Mirror, whatever. But when you actually see it demonstrated, it comes back to what are the goals?
Black Mirror, whatever. Black Mirror, whatever. But this is going to be used for good. Whatever.
The company's goal is for these drones to confront a school within 15 seconds.
The sirens, pepper balls,
Dude, this is so stupid to watch. The fuck is this gonna do?
and direct strikes are meant to distract the threat, buying law enforcement time.
These drones aren't lethal.
Right, I mean, I'm gonna hit you at 60, 70 miles an hour. It's not gonna kill you. It's like getting hit by a baseball bat. I am armed and ready. 3, go.
A team of highly skilled pilots use virtual reality and real-time cameras to fly around campuses.
So drones and Bernie are operated out of the center in Austin.
That's right. So from Austin, we can fly
Yeah,
drones
so from Austin. Whatever.
any school in the nation in 5 seconds.
If you want to learn more about where the idea came from, find this story on KSAT.com.
Something tells me these drones will not be for our protection, and as I've said time and time again, whatever the public has and what the public sees, the so-called powers that be are many, many years ahead when it comes to technology. And this kind of reminds me of the 2026 World Ahead magazine cover, because on this cover you can just see the world is in a big conflict, but you can see drones all over the cover firing something. This greatly reminds me of an episode of the Black Mirror, but not more than the next set of clips.
Try that again.
We're here because of the comments made online about the Jewish community.
So what?
I'm saying,
I have a freedom of speech, dude.
Yeah, no, we get that. We get that.
We got to make sure that you're not. Do you have a warrant?
No, that's why we're
here. You see that sign? Yeah. So that says no soliciting. What you're doing is basically soliciting. You understand that, right? Yeah. It means you're not welcomed here.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Bye. Stay off the lawn, please.
Stay off the lawn.
So yes, the FBI are indeed going to people's homes without a warrant over social media posts that are non-violent. All this guy did here was say that a certain country, a certain foreign country, is too involved in the United States, and that triggered the FBI coming to his home.
Picture to make sure it's you. We're not sure. Is that your account?
Bro, why won't Paul come to visit me? The guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians tried to shut down a theater for showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for LGBTQ community in any way, even leaves the room when they vote on related matters, wants you to know that you're all welcome here. Clown. Wait, they came to her house over that? What? Oh shit, Peppa's here. Let's go, dudes. What's up, Peppa? Man, I had a stream 2 streams ago, I think, where I was like, I don't have anything. Send me your links. And everyone was like, this is Peppa's time to shine. And Peppa wasn't here.
I refuse to answer questions without my lawyer present. So I really don't know how to answer that question either.
Well, like I said,
this is freedom of speech. This is America, right?
And I agree with you 100%.
Okay.
We're just trying to
And also, what the fuck did she even say?
see that you can.
Bro, this has to be bullshit, because how come no FBI comes to visit me? Bro, I wish they'd come visit me. I'd ask them so many questions. I wouldn't let them leave. I'd annoy them until they left. And then I'd be pissed when they left. Squeaks! Oh, God. This boy's running amok.
We're not talking to the right person. We want to go see who the right person is.
Okay, how can I help you?
So pretty much it's just a statement that was made as far as
verbatim, it says the guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians tried to shut down a theater for showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for the LGBTQ community in any way. Even leaves the room when they vote and on related matters.
What? Where is the... There's not even a threat here.
I want you to know that you're all welcome. Clown face, clown face, clown face. 3 days ago.
Clown face, clown face, clown
I'm not
face.
going to answer whether that's me or not.
Okay.
The concerning part and not concerning for the person who's posting it. What we're just trying to prevent is somebody else getting agitated or agreeing with the statement. We're not saying it's true.
Why can't they agree with the statement?
We're not.
Understood.
That guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians, that can probably incite somebody to do something radical. That's all we're here to talk about.
Dude, this is such bitch shit. What is this?
And we wanted to get your side of it. Was you that posted that? I would think to refrain from posting things like that, because that could get something.
Suck me. Suck me, bitch boy.
I appreciate your concern. I appreciate you coming out here.
Okay,
that's it.
That is it. Okay. I'm going to maintain my amendment rights to
do whatever the fuck I want.
Oh, no, that's right. I hope that's understandable.
All right, we appreciate it.
Thank you as well. You as well. Thank you. Take care.
Don't let the door hit
so
you in the
after that video
ass.
was posted on social media, the Florida police had to come out saying they defended the fact they sent out detectives to the...
Yeah, we don't get visits from the FBI because they think that we have cooties. Honestly, dude, I really think that the FBI probably mostly just fucks with people that are scared of them. Like, the FBI doesn't scare me. I literally don't think that they're a real agency. I don't think they do anything. I don't think they investigate anything. There's no real crimes that they're fucking solving. They are the criminals. And then they just come around and scare people into silence. The FBI are the bad guys. And I will never shut the fuck up about it. I want them to come. Oh, actually, no, just kidding. I'm so scared. Dude, if the FBI came here and they intimidated me, I would shut up so fast. I'd be like, oh, please, I'll do anything if you just stop harassing me and scaring me. I'm scared of your fake badges and your fake t-shirts that you got from fucking Amazon. I'm so terrified. Dude, it would really... I would stop this stream if the FBI ever showed up and just talked to me. Because I'd be so scared. I really hope that doesn't ever happen. Oh my god. I wouldn't film it. I wouldn't annoy them like a little fucking kid. I'll ask them 1,000,000 questions. Every question they ask, I'm going to ask them 10 questions.
Woman's house over a Facebook post critical of the mayor. Miami Beach Police Chief Wayne Jones gave a statement saying, given the real ongoing national and international concerns surrounding anti-Semitic attacks and recent rhetoric that has led to violence against political figures, I directed 2 of my detectives to initiate a brief voluntary conversation regarding certain inflammatory, potentially insightful false remarks made by a resident to ensure there was no immediate threat to the elected official or the broader community that might emerge as a result of the post. There is one more video I do want to play of the FBI coming to somebody's home, but before
the FBI shows up with a warrant to confiscate the Miro board. They would. They'd be looking at my computer. They'd be like, where are the files? I'd be like, they're in the computer. And they just start banging it like Zoolander. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ah, 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 ah. Ee, ee, ee.
Play that. This is what the CEO of ADL said, Jonathan Greenblatt. They are actively monitoring people online.
When we measure and track. Number 2, we monitor and disrupt. We have a whole apparatus. I have 40 analysts working full-time, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, monitoring extremists. We monitor them online.
That's all of us, guys.
Social media, messaging apps, video games, cryptocurrency, podcasts, short form.
Like, dude, this is crazy. These people are fucking crazy. They're so crazy they're admitting this shit out loud. Then the crazier part is that really no one cares. Everyone's like, okay. Whatever, man.
Video, Wikipedia, LLMs. We monitor these people and we share the intelligence with the FBI. You saw last month, you heard about the thing that happened at Wilshire Boulevard Temple. Our analysts investigated what happened. They said they were Koreatown for Palestine. This group of people. They weren't. We were able to ascertain they were from a group called the Turtle Island Liberation Front.
Oh! Oh! Antifa? Oh my god, dude. They got them. Antifa terrorists. Yeah, Turtle Island. They say, we want everyone to respect and preserve the planet. Terrorists. These anti-war crazies.
Turtle Island is how like left-wing activists refer to the United States. They don't call it America, they call it Turtle Island, like the Iranians call it the Zionist entity, or they only call it by its name. The Turtle Island Liberation Front, we gave them a whole dossier. What is
dossier? Oh my god, dude. This dude's getting me so close to saying the R-tard word to him.
Turtle Island Liberation Front? What are their ideas, their goals? Who are they? We identified the people who
just kidding.
In the synagogue. This was on Wednesday, December the 10th. On Monday, December the 15th. This is going to ring a bell. Kash Patel announced they cracked a terror ring where they arrested 4 people who were planning New Year's Eve bombings. Turtle Island Liberation Front.
Oh!
At least one.
Dude, you know what that fucking sounds like? Fed shit. Turtle Island Liberation Front. What's the PFLA? Palestinian Liberation, or the PLF, is that what it was called? It sounds like Mossad. The Turtle Island Liberation Front.
One of the people I know for certain was in the building at Wilshire Boulevard Temple, vandalizing it and disrupting the event.
Did you guys know that this guy, he performs on Wildin' Out occasionally? He's one of 4 Israeli rappers that they let on every season.
So we're monitoring left-wing radicals like the DSA and the anti-war crazies.
Yeah, DSA. Zoran's group. And that one guy who killed those 2 Zionist embassy workers, supposedly. The one who was like, Free Palestine! To himself.
And the pro-Palestine crazies. We're monitoring right-wing extremists like white supremacists, armed militia groups. We're monitoring political Islamists and Christian nationalists, all of them. And then we train. We're the largest trainer of law enforcement in America, extremism and hate. We train 20,000 officers every year.
Is it safe to say fucktard? Yeah, I think the fucktard and libtard, I think it's safe. I think it's fine. I don't like the hard R, though. I don't like the hard R just because it not that they don't deserve it, but it just offends people. I feel like it's always said to like mothers with disabled kids, you know, on accident. But I think libtard's fair. Fucktard, sure. Right? Am I wrong? We can't get rid of all the fun, you know? But I also don't want to randomly hurt people's feelings. But man, they've taken some of the good ones, right? There's some that just roll right off the tongue. They used to roll off your tongue in elementary school so good, right? That's why, honestly, nothing hits quite as hard as cuck to me anymore. I love it. The way it sounds, how biting it is, how it basically works for everything. It's also not that offensive. I mean, it's not offensive. That's one of the funnier parts of it. Then also, it's us taking it back from the cucks who used to call us cucks. Because mostly they're cucks for men, which I would say is the ultimate cuckery, you know? They're cucks for people like Donald Trump. Cuckadoodle-doos, right? Yeah, Rin's autistic. She can say it. The conflating of terrorist with leftist needs to stop. This is unacceptable. Bro, they've been doing it for a while. They love that. I don't know if they're ever going to stop. I think we're just going to have to obliterate them and make them vaporize. We're going to Thanos snap these motherfuckers.
You don't want to perceive any ill towards these people other than what you say.
Yeah, I want to see your trials.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No problem. Do you go to a lot of the any demonstrations at all and things like that?
Why do you want to know that?
I'm just curious. For certain questionnaires we have to answer. Sorry,
Sorry, I don't want to answer you.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Do you go to the KKK rallies?
Okay. Have you traveled to any
Do you suck Mormon cock? Cause you're FBI, right? Just wondering. Do you suck your priest wiener? How many indigenous child slaves do you have in your basement currently? And okay, and also in the past, that's follow up. Okay, so 33 currently and 66 in the past. Yikes. Do you know Paul Wysopal? The only reason I ask is because he's also Timothy McVeigh and he works for your department. Just wondering, can I get a phone number of his? I've been trying to call him for years at this point. He doesn't have a working office number, doesn't have a working office email. Crazy, right? He's just an FBI agent. Shouldn't you be able to get in touch with the lead investigator in charge of Tampa previously? I feel like, you know. So do you or do you not have direct communication with Paul Wysopal? Gonna need to know. Answer honestly. Dude, I'll annoy the fuck out of these people. I really hope they never come visit me.
Any functions, Democrat, Republican, any sides? Any kind of rallies or anything like that?
I just answered that question. Just so I know the answer.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. Anything else you want to tell me about any other statements at all?
No.
Yeah, CUCK is super based. It always shocks and offends people when you call MAGA cops and ICE a cuck. Yeah. And I feel like cuck hits kind of like the C word. It has that same bite, right? And stupid people don't know what it means, so it has like 10x expletive power, I think. Because most of them think that it's like way worse than it is. It's like, oh no, you just like sitting in the cuck chair watching your wife get fucked. That's not that bad. Some people, that's their thing. I mean, all of ICE and the FBI and all cops, it is their thing. None of them like to have sex with their wives. Because they're all gay, but... And they're repressed. And instead of loving themselves, they put themselves in a marriage with a woman. Yuck, right? C-word is great, too. I don't use it as like I'll use it for sure, but just in the right context when it's needed. But cuck can be thrown and used for everything. It's the best. But yeah, when someone really deserves the see you next Tuesday, oh man. They get it. And it hits. I don't think a vagina is an insult, LOL.
What do you consider crossing the line on social media?
It's a very good question. I mean, so technically, obviously, you have freedom of speech, right? Everybody has that.
Mm-hmm.
Crossing the line is when you're going like a direct left, like I will go kill the president, or statements like that, right? So.
Did you hear what this man just said? He just said, "I'm going to kill the president." Dude, that whitest kids the whitest kids you know sketch that we can never play. Wait, maybe we can play it if it's a TikTok. Hold on, what's this?
About 42 years younger than him. And he was with her from 2010 all the way up until 19. She was still talking to him when he was behind bars. Matter of fact, she was the last person that spoke to Jeffrey Epstein. And apparently the guards that night let him use a phone that the regular...
Paul's not going back to Great British Bake Off? What's the point even then? Who are they going to replace him with? Probably fucking, they're going to get, what's his face? He doesn't have a job anymore. Who's that stupid, that idiot that was on, that did carpool karaoke? Who's that stupid Brit? That cuck? Andy? No. The fuck is his name? Fucking British guy.
The prisoners don't normally use
Hold on,
this
I'm gonna get James
little
Corden.
office, and they let him contact because you know all phone calls are recorded. for security reasons. The last call that Jeffrey Epstein ever made from that jail was 20 minutes long, and it was never recorded. This young woman's name is Karina Shuli.
It wasn't recorded, so what was it? It was recucted.
Yeah, she claims that she was never part of it. This was a separate relationship, and that they were together almost a decade. It's funny, she was very private. You don't see a lot of pictures of her. I did find a few online, and I'll put one here. She knew what was going on. We've all seen the pictures of Epstein.
Did you know that it's illegal to say, I want to kill the President of the United States of America? It's illegal. It's a federal offense. It's one of the only sentences that you're not allowed to say. And it was okay for me to say it right then because I was just telling you that it's illegal to say, I want to kill the President of the United States of America. I also found out that it's incredibly illegal, extremely illegal, to go on television and say something like the best place to fire a mortar launcher at the White House would be from the roof of the Rockefeller Hewitt building because of minimal security and you'd have a clear line of sight to the president's bedroom. Insanely illegal. Ridiculously, recklessly, insanely illegal. Yet even more illegal to show an illustrated diagram. Ridiculously, recklessly, insanely illegal. Did you know that it's illegal to say, I want to kill the president?
Did you guys know that Jeffrey Epstein had a girlfriend who was...
Hi, I'm Trevor Moore. Did you know that it's illegal to say, I want to kill the president of America? That's illegal, extremely illegal, very, very illegal, but not illegal to say with a mortar launcher. Because that's its own sentence. It's an incomplete sentence, but it may have nothing to do with the sentence before that. So that's perfectly fine, perfectly legal. I also found out that it's incredibly illegal, extremely illegal, to go on television and say something like the best place to fire a mortar launcher at the White House would be from the roof of the Rockefeller Hewitt building because of minimal security and you'd have a clear line of sight to the president's bedroom. Insanely illegal. Ridiculously, recklessly, insanely illegal. Yet even more illegal to show an illustrated diagram.
I can't believe they took our boy, dude. How dare them?
Did you guys know that?
I mean, of course they did.
Today, two things happened that are going to show up in the history books. Number one, Israel demolished the UN's Palestinian refugee headquarters on camera with government ministers showing up to celebrate. And this agency, UNRWA, has been around since 1949. It runs schools for Palestinians. It runs clinics for Palestinians. It hands out food for Palestinians. For 75 years, it has been the thing keeping millions of Palestinian refugees alive. And today they just tore it down, while politicians filmed celebration videos. The second thing that happened today is that the President of the United States threatened to economically destroy 8 allied countries unless Denmark agrees to hand over Greenland. And when asked if he would use military force to take it, he said, no comment. And then he sent a letter to Norway's Prime Minister saying that because they did not give him the Nobel Peace Prize, that he no longer feels obligated to think purely of peace. That is a real thing that happened, that he did.
Taylor Swift's text to Blake Lively got leaked. Wait, did she actually write that? I didn't see that one. Get you a friend who moves like the Roman Empire? Oh my god, dude, she's so cringe. Taylor Swift needs to be jailed for how cringe and how catty she is. Trevor Moore can get it raw. I think we can all agree. Talk about surfing, am I right? Jesus Christ, Fairy. True, though. Absolutely true. Dude. Trevor Moore. I wish he could... Dude, he'd be fucking losing it. He'd think this shit is so funny. We'd have so much amazing shit. Trevor Moore would have kept us laughing this whole time.
I'm sorry, wasn't my generation supposed to be the one that couldn't handle not getting a participation trophy? I mean, this man is threatening international security because he didn't...
That is so funny, right? That's one of the things, besides us just eating avocado toast like crazy and getting our frappuccinos or whatever the fuck, that we're the participation trophy kids. Donald Trump literally said, I'm stealing Denmark because you didn't give me the Nobel Peace Prize. What a world we live in. Yeah, get you a friend who moves like the Roman Empire. Oh my God. Dude. I bet Taylor Swift takes a big meaty shit and then takes the poop out with her hand and sniffs it. Just saying. Sorry, but I think that's true about her.
Win an award for something that he didn't do. And just for record-keeping's sake, Greenland has 56,000 people who live there, most of whom are indigenous. They have been connected to Denmark for thousands of years. And last week, thousands of them marched on the streets with signs that said, "We are not for sale." And that's extra depressing considering that Trump isn't even offering to buy them. He's just threatening to crash economies until he gets what he wants. So what the fuck are we watching? Because right now the United States of Jacob is demonstrating that international...
Wait, what do you mean on Twitch? They muted all Gaza posts on social media? Like within Twitch?
law is a...
Dude, I keep seeing everyone on TikTok, like, TikTok's a dead app, and I've been, like, super careful with what I post because I'm waiting for a strike to clear, because I'm not rebuilding a fucking channel again. I'm doing everything in my power to save this one. I'm not rebuilding to 10,000, so... Plus, TikTok doesn't let me have any fucking play anyway. I get no motion, so... Fuck them. But everyone is like, I just lost my account for no reason. Like, big people, dude. They're taking everyone out. My mission, my goal now, I'm just going to wait them out. I'm going to be the last one surviving. And I'm going to wait for the algorithms to break. And then something will get out. They'll be like, we got them all. Unleash the hate. And then I'll be like, oh, I'll post a video now. No, I'm just kidding. Then they'll just take it down and then strike my channel. But yeah, everybody be losing their accounts right now. Tomorrow is supposedly the day that Oracle takes over, but I think they've been in charge for 2 years. Like, everyone's complaining now about shit that's been happening to me for a year and a half. So they must just be using it on everyone. We were the guinea pigs, guys. Wait, Paul was cucking Noel Fielding? I love Noel over Paul. Noel's still there, isn't he?
Essentially unenforceable.
I didn't like when they got rid of that old lady host, though. I thought she was more fun than the other one. I forget her name. I haven't watched in the last couple seasons.
We forget
Probably because I got sad that they got rid of that other lady.
The ICJ, the International Court, ruled in October that Israel has to let UNRWA operate. Yet Israel's response was...
I'm gonna boycott YouTube. Oh, man. Where are you going to get your slop, then? Where are you going to get your slop? Come on. How else are you going to distract yourself from building your spiritual power? That is ultimately what YouTube is for. Is to make sure you never do anything. We all just sit around. Just watching their AI videos. That's the future, boys. All content made by AI. No thinking must be done. I might touch grass. Bro. You should. Me too. This summer is going to be touch grass summer.
Was to pass more laws restricting the agency, cutting off its utilities, and now bulldozing its headquarters while cabinet ministers live stream and call it a holiday. They are laughing in the international court's face. These are supposed to be our guardrails, alliances, courts, sovereignty. You know, the idea that you can't just take things because you're bigger and you've been R&D testing more AI weaponry. Yeah, that's right, I've been tracking DoD contracts, I've been watching the Firestorm Labs orders. And right now we are watching the two most powerful forces on Earth say that those aren't real. International laws are just words. We have power, you don't. So what does international law even mean anymore? Like, I'm asking genuinely, because if I don't see some orange asses sitting in chairs at The Hague answering for any of this...
Bro. She thinks courts are gonna fix this? Do we think that they'd be doing what they're doing currently if they didn't own all the courts?
Then I guess we're just admitting that it means nothing, that it was never real.
Do we think that they're stupid? I mean, they are stupid, but they're stupid in one way, but they're smart in a different way. They own every court. What's the International Criminal Court going to do? Arrest Joe Biden and Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu? Grow up. What, are they going to arrest Peter Thiel? No.
Just words powerful people would use when it was convenient for them and then ignored when it wasn't. This is the question that today is asking.
Took all the lefties a full year to catch on after they let OOB drain their bank accounts. Bro, all of those people that, like, 8 months after I lost all my accounts, or no, it probably was a year, that were like, OOB, they're a bunch of criminals and they have AI families. Like, whatever, dude. Our problem is that we're always too early. Dude, I fucking hate being at parties early. I never go to a party early. That's like the worst nightmare, showing up first. Oh my God. And with this shit, it's like we're always early. Wait, what do you mean? What does relentless mean we still ain't start? Start the stream? We here? You guys must be talking about something else.
Of us. This is what the history books will be asking future students. And so far, the answer is silence. Today, two things happen that are going to show up in the history books.
Guys, is a drag path... Oh, is everyone else getting these drag path videos? A drag path? Is that just something left behind by a dead person? Dude, this was so funny.
Okay, Usha, just do it.
This is how Usha Vance got pregnant.
You have no choice. After that hug, this is the only option. Okay. Fuck.
It says we haven't started. Bro, we've been started for 47 minutes. They just started it? Are you watching Usha Vance?
I don't want to. Okay. No. God, this is embarrassing. Damn it, Erica. Karp. Okay. What have you done with your life, Usha? Oh. Okay, hang on. This is good. Okay. My leg's gonna... Okay. Hey, JD! I have something special for you!
Come get this, JD.
Okay.
Raw couch style, boys.
Wow, isn't it weird that Canada's Prime Minister just said what Greenland's Prime Minister said? Prepare for an invasion? Not really. Is that why NATO stopped giving information to us? Like the other day, and why are we giving them $100,000? just to say it. They don't want to be American. They were like, I think Denmark's safer. Today we're talking about the PayPal Mafia, and more specifically what South Africa learned from the Israelis. Oh, Peter Thiel
is a bitch.
Wants to buy Greenland.
And he's a cuck.
I heard with Elon Musk and David Sachs.
They're also bitches.
Mark and Trees.
And cucks.
Promos Capital's bearing all prosperous secrets. Oh, God.
We fucking hate them.
Call it a freedom city, but Honduras isn't free yet. In my opinion, I think that's a billionaire coup. How about you? It's kind of like a military one, but they just kind of pay the people to move. They're living life outside the rules, and they're killing, too. There isn't any laws. You pay the family for the member you remove. But they always start with water. It's called liquid colonization, and here's how they do it. Mekarot, Israel's national water company, took control of the Palestinians' water resources after their 6-day siege in Gaza, East Jerusalem, and the West Bank in 1978. But they poisoned water supplies, sunk wells, and tapped springs in the occupied West Bank to supply their illegal settler population for 30 years before that, right? Mekarot is now expanding into Latin America. The billionaires will invest in every aspect of Greenland society, just like they do in American, in Israel and in Argentina. It's nothing new. In order to prioritize the industrial use of water over the population's needs long before they colonize it with a surveillance city called freedom. Have a good day. Wow, isn't it weird that Canada's Prime Minister just said what?
Today, two things happened that are going to
What was I looking for? Dude, have you guys seen
that son?
Tyreek's one-sided beef with all the planets is ramping up so hard. It's awesome, dude.
That y'all love so much, it's out in space acting up. There is a severe solar storm currently taking place. And I'm honestly happy that this is happening, because the last time I read the sun, so many of y'all came after me like, oh, how dare you disrespect the sun. That sun does not respect you. That sun doesn't care if you live or die. And that's why it's just ejecting plasma all over the place. And don't think that because we're on Earth, we won't be affected. Don't think that we're at a safe distance. We're not. All those nasty sun particles are going to hit Earth's magnetic field this week. I hope you're prepared for a severe Category G4 geomagnetic storm. If you're not prepared, too bad. I don't know what to tell you. That nasty storm is going to fuck with the auroras up there. It's going to be all colorful and stuff. Nobody asked for all these colors. Did the Earth give you permission to change its colors? No. That's like me walking into somebody's house, deciding I don't like the color of the walls, and then just repainting them without their permission. The sun wasn't raised right, and that's why I don't like it. Also, while this is all happening, you can't fly over the poles. And that's bad news for Santa Claus, because what is he supposed to do? Don't be surprised when Christmas comes around and nobody gets any presents. It's because of the sun. That sun that y'all love so much, it's out in space acting up. There is a severe solar storm currently So it would seem that my comments about Jupiter and Saturn has rubbed a lot of you the wrong way. Some people have told me to stop disrespecting the planets. I'm not stopping shit. What's going to happen if I don't stop? Is Saturn going to throw one of her moons at me? I'm just seeing a lot of dick riding for these planets, and they don't give a fuck about you. Oh no, but Jupiter and Saturn protect us. Oh no, the Lagrange points, the Jupiter Trojans, the asteroids. Shut up. I don't want to hear anything about Jupiter and Saturn keeping the asteroids away from Earth. Does the Earth have any agency in all of this? What if the Earth wants those asteroids? Jupiter and Saturn get to have all the moons and all the asteroids, and Earth gets nothing? No.
Earth definitely wants some of those asteroids, dude.
Oh. They're not protecting us from anything. They're cock blocking. They up there getting trains ran on them, and they probably share panties, just taking balls to the face all day, every day. Maybe the Earth wants to be a slut too. And see, I thought that y'all would have learned your lessons last summer when y'all dragged me for saying the sun was ugly, which it is. Oh no, Tyreek, you can't talk about the sun. The sun gives us life and yada, yada, yada. I can say whatever I want about the sun because I'm not the one giving people skin cancer. Last time I checked, I was allowed to not like things. And if I don't like the planets and the stars in space, that's my prerogative. Also, I think the sun looks like a giant ball of gonorrhea. So it would seem that my comment. Can you believe that Jupiter just gave me another reason to not like it? Look at this. Jupiter may have grown by swallowing baby planets, reveals a new study. I told y'all Jupiter was morbidly obese. Jupiter just overeats. Jupiter never gets full. You can't satisfy Jupiter. Jupiter just eats everything around it. That's why it's so big. That's why it looks like that. These are stretch marks into all those 95 plus moons spinning around Jupiter's orbit. Are you nervous? Because if Jupiter eats planets, I know he'll eat one of you. Imagine if the Earth just ate the moon. We'd probably all die. Do planets have digestive systems? What happens when the planet eats another planet? Like, where does the planet go? Does it shit the planet out? What happens? I don't get this. All I know is that I've been vindicated. I knew not to trust this planet. I still don't trust Saturn. She probably eats planets too. They just all back there cannibalizing each other. Can you believe that Jupiter just gave me a...
Dude. I love Tyreek. Always giving me a weather report. Hold on, I gotta see if I can quickly find that girl who... Someone saw his video and was like, yo, you should stop beefing with the planets. They're awesome. That's why he made that video that was like, people are telling me to stop beefing with the planets, and I never will. Where is she? The fuck? That's it? I don't get to scroll anymore. Well. Okay. Alright, well, let's get back to our video anyway.
Those are obviously different threshold, you know what I mean? And we usually present those to the U.S. Attorney's Office. Something like this, veiled threat, it's you know, is it a threatening nature? Now that I know that you didn't mean anything by it, it's basically not an issue, right? So it'll basically end here. I'll go back, write my report. You know,
okay, so what can I do about the people on social media that threaten me and my home?
I would report to the local police.
He's like, oh no, we encourage that. And honestly, most of that is us. It's the FBI. We're the ones threatening your lives.
Make a report. Any other questions on that? Are you being threatened by other people?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, Saturn can literally go kick fucking rocks.
All the time, but I'm not going to shut up.
No, and again, you have the right to say that as long as they're not threatening nature.
Yeah,
right.
I've never said anything about killing anybody.
Okay. So again, what you meant with this was, again, tell me one more time?
Like the trials, the number of trials. Like, when all this shit is over, I want to see all of them go to trial. And I want it to be televised. So I can watch it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. And it should be like the Saddam Hussein trial, where they hung him at the end.
That's what I'm looking for. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for your time.
All right, guys. Good job.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good one.
And I know it's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it, and quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank the authenticity of every person that expresses themselves on.
Yeah, his name's Tyreek Told You.
Online and take control over what they are saying based on that ranking.
The government.
The government should
That the
show-
ranking. That the ranking. This is a fake accent. Is not real.
They should do that.
Just like my country. My country. Get it? My country.
So yeah, they are indeed coming, and this is what they're using their resources on. If they perceive any type of hate or...
Honestly, there's very, 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 very few bald men that I trust. Are there any? Something about bald men in power.
Any type of speech that they do not like, they will come to your home and question you.
I just want to bowl with him. I want to stick my fingers in the top of his little baby brain and just bowl him down the alley, you know?
But just imagine what's going to happen once the
Did we
digital
lose
ID
audio?
rolls out.
No, we didn't lose audio. Yeah, just you.
And you say something they don't like, they will indeed turn off your digital wallet, meaning you cannot buy or sell until they can either verify what you said, or if you did indeed say what you said, they're going to put you through some type of training until you become a good little bot. A good little yes sir, no sir, what mainstream says is how it goes, no misinformation here, and I made sure to get my 50th jab NPC.
Do you believe that the world ended in 2012 and that's why...
Honestly, dude, it feels like it, and I wish that it really did.
Everything.
I love dating bald men. Maybe that's my issue.
Do you believe that the world ended in 2012 and that's why everything is sped up and reality and time doesn't seem to add up anymore? Well, a lot of people believe this, that the world ended in 2012 and that...
Yeah, Stephen Miller is a representative of the bald gang.
Mayans predicted this, and the Mayans had predicted...
Ooh, no, Avatar: The Last Airbender, they're pretty dope. Bald monks, that I fuck with that. I rock with that. I think it's mostly white balds. It's white balds for sure. Yeah, no, because it's not black bald people. Yeah. There's like there's maybe one or two white bald men that are trustworthy.
Did many other things that had come true. So my thought is, was this caused by CERN? So CERN was in the search for the God particle in 2012, and many believe that it ripped or tore a hole in our reality, possibly destroying Earth, and that this is all a simulation, and that's why we see so many Mandela effects now, because life is completely different. It's basically a rewritten timeline in some type of simulation or matrix. I don't know. But I know what you're thinking. Crazy Mike at it again with crazy theories and crazy thoughts. But it is possible that the world ended and we're living in some type of alternate universe, and that's why nothing seems right anymore. Like Christmas comes so fast. I know, don't listen to a guy in a backwards hat. I hear it all the time. Sitting in his car. But did the world end in 2012? I don't know. But for me, life's been completely different. Nothing seems real. Nothing seems real. Let me know your thoughts. Do you believe that
So here's my take on this. Every so often, there is a very emotionally charged event, and often it's very negative, where we feel like there's a lot of dread or the end of the world surrounding this event. Think Y2K, 2012, and so forth. For example, the world definitely changed a year after 2000 with what happened in 2001 in New York. A lot of people feel like the world definitely ended in 2012 with all the weirdness that came with it. And then you take a look at things like the 2024 solar eclipse. There are a lot of people saying that this is going to be the end of the world and things like that. But I mean, then directly after we had the Beauvais anomaly, we had these black things flying in the skies. And a lot of people feel like 2024, 2025, 2026 have been very, very strange years. And a lot of people attribute that to the solar eclipse. I mean, we had CERN out that day looking for dark matter, NASA firing all 3 rockets called the Devil. Just a lot of strange things that happened directly after the solar eclipse. Do I feel like the world comes to an end and we don't know about it and we're just sent to an alternate reality? I don't think so. But something definitely does change, and the world, again, gets a little weirder after these very, very negative events, or what we perceive to be negative events, thanks to the media and so forth, putting a lot of hype surrounding these events.
This is a sight that's becoming more and more common as time goes on. Everyone's noticing the decline in insects, bees, and the pollinators of the earth. And it's very simple mechanics of nature. If there's no bees, there's no food. And I've got my theory on why the bees are dying, but you don't want to be labelled a conspiracy theorist, do you? And people can bury their heads in the sand all they want, but it's as simple as this. If there's no bees, there's no food. Famine has been used to control the masses since time began. Just another one of those things that people don't want to pay attention to. You think it's not going to affect them. But wait until there's no food in the supermarket, because all these bees are dying.
There'll be things in the supermarket to eat, but they'll be lab grown, so I guess you really can't call that food. But it's not just bees, it's insects as a whole. I can drive from where I live to Orlando, which is about a 2-hour drive on 95, the interstate, and I hardly ever, if at all, see any bugs splattering the windshield, which is a far cry from
That is true, bro. Where are the bugs?
When I was a kid, when you would see them plastered all over the windshield. From the frequencies to what they're putting up in the skies, they are terraforming the earth, and the natural creatures cannot handle it.
Another example is the array of technologies, often referred to collectively as geoengineering, that potentially could help reverse the warming effects of global change. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection.
Oh my God.
Or SAI, a method of seeding the stratosphere with particles that can help reflect the sun's heat in much the same way that volcanic eruptions do. An SAI program could limit global temperature increases, reducing some risks associated with higher temperatures and providing the world economy additional time to transition from fossil fuels. This process is also relatively inexpensive. The National Research Council estimates that a fully...
Why does the director of the CIA get to just decide this? Jesus. It's so annoying, too, that they literally are talking about it. This is probably 2 decades ago, bro. When the fuck is this from?
Deployed SAI program would cost about $10 billion yearly. As promising as it may be,
they'll fucking spend $10 billion covering the fucking sun from us, but they won't let people have houses and food and shit. Assholes.
Moving forward on SAI would also raise a number of challenges for our government and for the international community. On the technical side, greenhouse gas emission reductions would still have to accompany SAI to address other climate effects, such as ocean acidification, because SAI alone would not remove greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. On the geopolitical side...
No, honestly, I feel like that would trap them here.
Technology's potential to alter weather patterns and benefit certain regions of the world at the expense of other regions could trigger sharp opposition by some nations. Others might seize on SAI's benefits and back away from...
He says some people might be upset about this. Probably the countries that we fuck over with it.
from their commitment to carbon dioxide reductions. And as with other breakthrough technologies, global norms and standards are lacking to guide the deployment and implementation of SAI and other geoengineering.
So yeah, what used to be a conspiracy theory nutjob talking point, they're now out there saying, yeah, we're doing it and we're going to do it. And mainly they're spraying barium and aluminum up in the sky's Baal. United Kingdom, again, is spraying Satan. They're spraying demons. And we can see the real impacts it has on these natural creatures.
So yesterday I'm seeing these chemtrails, and today I'm in my sauna sweating, and I want to tell everyone why. First test that we did, Pastor, was we went in, we sweated, and I sweated for a bunch of days, but I sweated and collected the sweat samples and then an engineer and sent them off to the lab and said, what's coming out when there's no chemtrails? And what we found really corroborates Dane Wigington's great work at Geoengineering Watch and also Mike Adams, Health Ranger's great work on the sky fallout. We corroborated that what's coming out of us are aluminum, barium, and strontium. But this is where it gets really exciting. The aluminum is far and away the largest short-circuiting heavy metal that we are being exposed to in these chemtrails. So with no chemtrails, the amount that came out in my sweat, Pastor, was 281 nanograms per gram. Now that's more than triple any other metal coming out. So we know that where that's still coming in from. Every time there is a chemtrail, and maybe I didn't sweat before that, it showed up. And I'll check this number out. 281 is the number, 281. Now, the day after a chemtrail, same experiment, Just same sample size, everything. We collected the sweat again. 2,958 nanograms per gram. We went from 281 to 2,958 nanograms overnight just with chemtrail days. The first message we have to get out to everyone who loves God, we have to get this out, is that when you see a chemtrail, it is your duty to sweat within 24 hours to get that waste that you have just breathed in. You couldn't even see it.
Bro, this is why I'm obsessed with hot yoga. I got to get it out every day. Although, well, they haven't been clear, but the last 2 days we haven't had the unicloud. But today was like the clearest it's been, and they were just dropping fucking heavies on it. But they were spreading out real thin. It was so obvious that they weren't real, though, you know? It makes me so sad that no one looks up. Everybody acts like a fucking pig, dude, with their head to the ground. They can't even look up. Have you ever seen those videos where people will pick their pigs up and show them the sky? Because they can't lift their heads up. They're like fish with legs. But usually the pigs just go, ree, ree, ree. Sometimes, though, they'll look up and they'll squeal, and then they'll look up and they'll stop. And they'll be like, what the fuck?
Get it out of your body before it can embed in your cell structure and start disrupting the electricity that God designed your body to.
Yeah, aluminum. What would aluminum do inside of a nervous system or an electrical system? It's probably aluminum isn't something that's ever used for like wires, so it's probably really not conductive, right? You didn't like my pig sound? Squeal like a piggy. Ree, ree, ree.
I feel like from mainstream news anyway, we're going to hear that saunas are bad for us and how we should not do them.
Wells Fargo.
Bro, yeah, pigs literally can't see the sky. They can't look up. They just look down. So there was a trend a while ago, and every so often I'll see a video where someone will pick their pig up and point them up to the sky so they can look at it. Oh, I love pigs. Real pigs.
Has just been caught trying to scam a woman out of $1,400.
Aluminum is very conductive. Oh, so I guess if that was like in our system, it would make everything like conductive. Oh, the aluminum being in the air is how our phones know what we're thinking.
$70. She ordered a debit card in the mail to replace her old one, but it never reached her. Instead, it was activated by an unknown party who used it to charge her for $1,470 for computer repair. She opened a dispute as unauthorized, and then Wells Fargo looked into it for about a week, finally coming back with a dispute decision that she was the one who made that transaction and that the business had confirmed her details and the transaction amount. So she decided to do some investigative work herself. She called the computer repair business and asked them, did this transaction ever occur? They confirmed that not only had the transaction never occurred, but Wells Fargo never even called them in the first place. And you know how I know that? Because I was the computer repair business in question. So I decided to make a video letting people know that Wells Fargo just fabricated a detail in an investigation, that they said that she was the one.
You think aluminum's just toxic mostly? Yeah, probably. I'm surprised they're not. I mean, dude, they literally said that, weren't they spraying cyanide in the air? Or was it sulfur? I forget what they were saying. Or was it sulfur cyanide? I forget what it was called. It was something bad. They're like, yeah, we just spray cyanide in the air. Causes rain.
One who made this transaction, and then I supposedly confirmed the details. They're just trying to take her money. They're trying to find the dispute not in her favor so that they don't have to give her her $1,400 back that they lost, because they have some kind of inside job going on where they're losing debit cards, they're getting charged, and they can't recover the funds. So they're trying to hold random people accountable. And if you need proof, just refer back to this video.
This is absolutely wild, but when do banks never try to steal our money? Matter of fact, I did a story yesterday about how the Bank of England are warning people that an alien disclosure would wipe out their bank accounts. I mean, they are always scheming to try to take our money in any way that they can. So this doesn't surprise me one bit.
So somebody explain this to me. Today is January 19th. Right there. 1:05 p.m. January 19th, Central Time.
Read what that says. The college football playoff concluded with the national championship game on January 19th, 26, where Indiana beat number 10 Miami 10-3. That game doesn't start for another 7 or 8 hours. 6 hours. 7:30 Eastern, so 6:30 my time. Somebody explain this to me, Google. AI, something. Come on. What the hell?
We're just making shit up, bro.
Look right here. Right there. Hard Rock Stadium, Miami Gardens, number 1, defeats in Miami, number 10-3. 10-3, they even got the score 6 hours before the game even kicks off? Man, something's messed up.
The script.
So somebody explain this.
What's crazy is the fact that Indiana
Yeah, I was going to say, was that the score?
did indeed win later on that day. But I mean, an argument can be made that Indiana was favored to win, and they did win by a different score. But still, when you see things like this and you hear of other things going on with sports, it just reinforces the idea that sports are scripted. Of course they are. It's a big business. It's big money, and there are many players involved. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
We love you, Minutes of Horror. All right, dude, let's take a look at these numbskulls for a minute. Actually, wait, my friend Molly sent me, she is my buddy, one of my last remaining friends, Ian, the guy I do Noise Boys with. His wife Molly is pretty involved in Minneapolis and all this ICE shit. And she sent me some links and stuff. So I just want to scroll through them real quick.
Took his phone. We talked to him earlier. We interviewed him. He is in Afghanistan, I believe. Veteran of Afghanistan. Yes. Yeah. What did you think when you saw that?
I think tomorrow, too, did I hear this right? Is Minneapolis doing a general strike? I think they're doing a no-buy general strike. So try not to buy anything on Friday. I'm a huge sports fan. It's felt so scripted ever since I started thinking critically / being a nitwitch. I think if you go off script as an athlete, they make you fake a serious injury. Yeah, dude, I do think so. Does Molly do Molly? Yeah, I know. You guys are my friends, too.
What made me more mad isn't the fact that they detained him, because he didn't fight. He was
Molly's here. What up, Molly?
resisting arrest.
How's everything going? Anything going on tonight? You guys staying safe?
And there are 5 guys on top of him. One of them had their knee in his neck, just like what they did with George Floyd. They had the knee in his neck, and they're all kneeling him and beating him up while he's on the ground. And there was no call for that. There's no need for that. What do you want people to know who are watching? Well, I want people to get out here. We need 100,000 people here. We need people to get off their couch and actually do something. Don't sit at home angry. And you don't have to get involved so that you are injured. You can stay out of harm's way and still do this. That's what I want people to know. You got to come out. This isn't about a political party. This is a humanitarian thing. This is right or wrong. That's what it is. That was taken down is actually.
Don Lemon's been on a roll. Did you guys see last week when Nicki Minaj called him a cocksucker or something? And so he made a video chirping back at her. And he was like, I don't care what this illegal immigrant has to say. He was like, no wonder she was speaking at APEC, or no, what was the thing? Turning Point USA or whatever for the Republicans, because she's married to a pedophile and her brother's a pedophile. Don Lemon was saying all this shit. It was so funny. What are you going to do when the grid goes down? Well, does everyone know how to make a fire? Our future home and future store was raided by ICE today while we were gone. Went through... Went through the gate in our backyard and up the stairs in our home, guns drawn and flashlights pointing through the window where our kids' future bedroom is located. When they left, one decided to unlock our front gate and just leave it. Nice. This shit is not American, it's dystopian. Who exactly are you looking for, and why did you decide to come here today? Do you watch people's social medias who disagree with you? Do you look for ladders and empty storefronts because immigrants help build them? What warranted this? I'm here every day, and I've never felt threatened by anyone but you. Kids and families live in this neighborhood, and the most dangerous thing here is you. Yeah. Governor Tim Walz, Cuckery, and Jacob Fry, are you going to continue to allow this? Fuck ICE. Get out of our communities. Take care of each other and keep an eye out for your neighbors. These thugs are fucking ruthless, and Minnesota is under attack. Look at these bumbling fools, dude. Look at these gooners. They're looking for panties to sniff, bro. These pedophiles. Look at him. He's pulling his gun out. Was he going to shoot the snow? This fucking bumbling idiot, bro. Look, he's got his gun out. He's going to shoot the snow, dude. He's like, hey, I'll get rid of this ice here. He should get rid of ice. Hey, turn around and use that to get rid of all this ice back here. If you use your gun, he's literally going down on his booty. Dude, he's just pointing a gun inside of a house for no fucking reason. Yo, these people got to be stopped. Oh, he's like, no, it's my flashlight. It's the flashlight on the end of my gun that my finger's on. In case I get spooked. Oh, they got a little giant though. Look at that. That's cool. They got a little giant ladder. Surprised ICE didn't steal it. Oh, he's like, oh, fuck, they got cameras. Shit. Oh, he just put his mask up because of it. Gooner. What are you flashing your light for? Is he sending Morse code? What is this? What an idiot. Cuckano? What does that say? That's a cool-ass company name, Cuckano. Yo, ICE needs to leave Cuckano alone. Look, this buffoon's gonna fall down. Fall. Idiot. Come on, you stupid idiot. You know all these guys are from, like, Texas and shit. They're like, we're not from here. We don't know how to walk on the snow. Fall. Come on. Fall. Please. Ah! I just caught that little fly with my fucking hand. Bitch. Corey can't save us? Definitely not. From what, though? Oh my god. Then look at this. Wait, you guys know, and again, this is not short slander. I love all my shorties. But you do have to walk with a little more confidence as a shorty, you know? But this man does not. And you know how tall he is? 5'4". Just saying.
So what we've seen.
No short slander, but I am pointing out that this man is 5'4". Just as tall as B-Rock.
That's a bit different here is the organization of some of the groups. The groups are a bit better organized.
And mind you, this whole video is a brag for Minnesota Antifa. No, it's not even Antifa. It's just normal people.
They've got some excellent communications, and that coupled with a very poor response from the mayor and the governor, those two things coupled together make that a difficult operating environment at times. And the reason I say that is I just came from Operation Catahoula Crunch there in Louisiana, in which state and locals, including the governor, the mayors, the police chief, worked in close concert for us to do what my colleague here, Marcos Charles, said, and that's remove violent offenders, bad people and bad things from the streets. And in doing that, I had one act of violence against Border Patrol, one notable act of violence against Border Patrol in a month. Here, I've lost count. I've already lost count of how many. So
brag.
it's that collusion and corruption between elected officials and these anarchists.
Ooh, yeah, I will second. There is a lot of collusion and conspiracy and corruption with all these elected officials, for sure.
That are intent on creating violence for law enforcement. So what we've seen...
No, bro. His little Nazi haircut. Look at them fucking ears, too. Man, these people are hideous, bro. Okay, so Signal, ICE, Watch, quick start tips. This document provides a brief overview of signal safety, ICE group practices to help you get started and connect to local groups. It is not a substitute for organized trainings. It is not an exhaustive guide to signal security, operational security, or personal security. It is a bare minimum tip sheet to help you navigate the ICE resistance ecosystem on Signal. That ecosystem can change rapidly, so pay attention and use your judgment. Thank you for looking out for your neighbors. It's good to have you with us. Signal safety. Without good reason, do not use your full real name as your signal name. Create a relatively unique alias, not just initials. Yeah, don't use your first and last name. Also, don't tell cops your name if you don't have to. Turn off phone number lookup. So this is all for Signal. Is that where everyone's organizing, on Signal? Turn off your phone number lookup. It is a legal risk to have it turned on. Tap on the three dots at the top right. Go to settings, then privacy, then phone number. Set who can see my number and who can find me by my number to nobody. Don't share private identifiable information. We know not to dox ourselves. Legal names, addresses. Don't push anything into Signal you wouldn't want read back to you by a lawyer, even in a vetted chat, that's for sure. Only share Signal links and this sheet on Signal. Do not text links and do not post links on social media. So there's rapid response signal structure, sometimes called RR or patrols, for people actively patrolling and monitoring ICE activity in the area. High volume of messages. Alerts only, sometimes this called FT or rapid response, for urgent alerts that require immediate response from nearby people in that area when ICE agents are out of the vehicle. Organizing discussion chat for general discussion, strategizing questions, and relationship building. Read the descriptions of the groups you're interested in. Pay attention to their rules and guidelines. Join only groups where you can actually monitor, respond, or commit time and energy. Better to start from fewer groups and join more as needed than to join too many groups and be overwhelmed. That's true. ICE Watch. Many ICE-related signal groups are built around this non-violent tactic for responding to ICE actions, which literally Bovino is saying this shit works. Currently, events typically unfold this way. When ICE or ERO, CPB, etc. is spotted, some people follow to monitor and alert others to where ICE is going, typically coordinated in rapid response groups. Information is best shared via salute. See more below. When ICE stops to invade a space or abduct someone, alerts are sent out, in alerts-only groups, but also others. People arrive as fast as they can to make noise and alert others in the area by blowing whistles, yelling, or honking their horns. Document their actions, typically with phone, camera, and or later reporting, and deter them and hopefully drive them away with numbers, visibility, and noise. Yeah, dude, this shit actually works. When ICE has left, people do what they can to support targeted community members and fellow responders. There are other ways to help your communities, which you can discuss with your local neighborhood or in other groups. Do not put other people at risk with your behavior neighborhood groups. Do not share private identifiable information in neighborhood groups, and do not discuss illegal actions on Signal. Exactly, dude. These things are all being monitored. Like, imagine that every keystroke that you put in your phone is being monitored by the Peter Thiel Beast system, because it is. That's how the FBI knows to come visit your house. Except for us, apparently. I wish they would. I wish Paul would. One of the easiest ways to get connected to your local neighborhood groups is through neighborhood networks. NN is a service meant to securely share links to the Signal chats and intake forms of different neighborhood groups. It is not responsible for group admission or group content. Once you join a neighborhood network Signal chat, read the list of the neighborhood groups linked in the NN group description and post a comment requesting 1 to 4 groups where. I bet there's these Signal groups in everybody's kind of metro area, I would assume, right? But yeah, join those if you could feasibly respond to an alert within 5 to 10 minutes, or if you want to build sustained organizing relationships. What can you do in the meantime? You do not need to be connected to Signal groups in order to start looking out for your neighbors. When possible, it's important to work with existing groups and organizers, and people primarily use Signal groups to share information and coordinate action, but that information and those actions happen offline. If you find yourself waiting to get connected or approved for a neighborhood group, there's still plenty you can do. Think about your own risk level. Consider getting a whistle and with a buddy walk or drive around your neighborhood. If the whistle is visible, it's very possible you'll run into someone doing the same thing. If you see ICE, blow your whistle or repeatedly honk your horn, even if you aren't on Signal. If you hear a whistle or a repeatedly honking horn, go towards it. Keep a safe distance, make noise, draw attention, film. Assembling whistle kits, whistles and whistle tactic zines, and KYR cards, and hand them out to Know Your Rights cards, and hand them out to neighbors and friends. Knock on doors, meet your neighbors, though use your own discretion. Have conversations and raise awareness in your area that there are things that can be done. Print out ICE flyers and posters that can be put up around your neighborhood or in nearby businesses. Read about the difference between administrative and judicial warrants, and make sure people around you know they can refuse entry to ICE agents who don't have a judicial warrant signed by a judge. Just go, warrant, 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 warrant. Talking to people in your workplaces, your churches, your schools, your local businesses, your neighborhood associations, or your social groups about what's going on. Try getting folks on board with upcoming mass actions like the January 20th school walkout, or that was yesterday, or the January 23rd economic blackout. The federal occupation of Minnesota isn't just another activist cause. It's an attack on us all and demands a response from us all. Exactly. Cool. When ICE is cited, vague information does not help others respond. Salute is an acronym for the information that is most helpful when alerting others to ICE. Size of ICE group, activity, what they're doing, location, address, landmark, or cross streets, uniform, visible identification, time, when spotted, and equipment, cuffs, weapons, vehicles, smoke grenades, fucking tear gas, pepper spray, guns. I guess that falls under weapons. Community Defense and ICE Watch is coming up tomorrow. I'll share these links if you want to sign up for something. Is this like an online video? Substack. It's a 90-minute training from States at the Core and Protect RP on effectively protecting your neighborhoods from federal enforcement incursions. ICE Watch and other rapid response tactics are key strategies being used by people across the country to protect their communities against aggressive activity from federal law enforcement agencies like ICE and BP, Border Patrol, butt plugs. Whether or not you are part of an established community Response Network, this training will share important skills for building neighborhood resilience, documenting ICE activity, and supporting neighbors, in addition to covering the basics of ICE Watch. We will discuss new analysis on ICE operations, rapid response tactics, and safety guidance. Please note, due to security and safety concerns, we do not record these trainings. To keep up to date on upcoming sessions, go to Substack. Thanks, Molly. Keep us updated. Keep sending me links. You can send me all the links in the world. And who is this? This is Chong Lee Scott Tao. After a traumatic ICE raid on January 18th around 1:30 p.m., our family experienced a traumatic and life-altering event that should never happen to anyone, especially not a United States citizen with no criminal record. Yeah, what the fuck did they do? They hit him with a non-lethal belly round? ICE broke down the door of my brother-in-law, Chong Lee Scott Tao, at his home in St. Paul, without showing a warrant or asking for identification. Multiple armed agents entered the apartment, pointed guns at the family, and handcuffed Chong Lee inside his home. His 5-year-old grandson was napping on the sofa, woke up crying in fear, witnessing armed officers storm his home. Chong Lee was taken outside in freezing weather, wearing only underwear and Crocs, placed into an SUV, and driven around for nearly an hour while being questioned. Only after... Dude, they fucking brought him in his boxers. Pretty spicy, zesty boys. Only after fingerprinting and running his information did ICE confirm that what should have been known from the start. He's a U.S. citizen with no criminal record. Like, dude, who are these people? Where are they even getting their information? His mother was a nurse, helped during the war in Laos. His mother, Nurse Chow Tai, helped a Lao woman deliver premature twins at great risk. The mother was unable to care for them. Choa took in the baby boy, Chong Lee, while another nurse took in the baby girl. Choa raised her children with deep values of service, dignity, and responsibility, and she ensured all of them became naturalized U.S. citizens. She believed strongly in doing things the right way and in protecting life and family. Nurse Choa Tao was a respected medical professional during the secret war in Laos, trained through IVS, and served as head of the Samthong and Bonsam hospitals. She treated countless civilians and American soldiers, working closely with U.S. personnel, including Pop Buell and General Vang Pao. Her life was one of service, sacrifice, and loyalty. And look at the fucking thanks. Look at the thanks. They hit him with a non-lethal belly round for no reason. Or it's like a birthmark, I'm not sure. We'll say it was ICE, though. Fuck them. These goobers. Nonsense. But yeah, ICE sucks. They're a bunch of cucks. I'm on a couple ICE Watch Instagram things. I got my head on a swivel. I should get a whistle. I want a loud-ass whistle anyway. My mom can do a whistle with her fingers. I can't do it. I can do this, though. I grab the bottom of my lip. This kid taught me how to do this in 5th grade. You grab the bottom of your lip, and you pull it away from your teeth, like kind of at the base, where your little doohickey thing is, but from the outside. And you're trying to form like a tunnel. And then you suck air through the bottom of your mouth. Ready? Let's see if you can hear it. That's a pretty good whistle, right? Maybe I don't need a plastic whistle. I hate how bunched up those long boxers get in pants. Yeah, dude, you can't catch me in those boxers anymore. Boxer briefs, baby. It made my teeth hurt. No sound? You want me to do it again? I did it quiet. All right, thank you, Molly. Keep us informed. All right, let's go to Davos for a minute and see what our overlords are cooking up for us this year.
Matters of national security.
Matters of national security.
And perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear.
Oh, you can't make a sound? Okay, so here, look. I haven't really successfully taught anyone how to do it, though. And the kid said that I was the only one who learned how to do it from him, so it's kind of hard. Because you're like pulling, you're pinching, like, on the outside of your teeth, and you're getting all that skin. So there's basically like a cup that's pinched at the bottom. And there's a little tiny hole. You're like forming a circle, so there's a little hole like right down at the base of your gums. And then you suck air. How am I doing it? No, I can't do it. Hold on. What the fuck? Now I'm just mushing my jaw around. I can't do it right. It's like you're sucking air through this bottom part of your jaw. You're sucking in air. Breathe in. Kind of curl this lip back a little. Now I can't do it. I'll do it later when I'll just mash up all my jaw. Let me know if anyone's successful. You're freaking out my dog. All right, we're done. Here, I'll freak your dog out more with Trump.
Here than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland?
Dude, he's such a ham. I love him.
I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark. Tremendous respect.
Oh, wait. And also, dude, I am convinced that we are the only publication that has gotten comment from Andy Biggs about Sasha Riley. And, dude, the fact that the media still is not talking about it and none of them have sued him, it's true. It's all true. It's all fucking true. Yeah, dude, he does seem bloated and old and tired. And like gray. Less orange, more gray.
But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory.
This man has a wooden stake post permanently shoved up his ass. Isn't that crazy? And he's the president. Boys, you can do anything if you put your mind to it.
And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II, when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So
he's like, Hitler came and took your shit. I'm going to do the same.
The United States was then compelled. We did it. We felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory And hold it we did, at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark. No.
Wait, didn't Macron gave his speech with sunglasses on? Isn't it because his eyes bloodshot because he got the vril worm?
Knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice.
Yeah, Sasha Riley pegged him with a broom. Well, with a tent stake. It's way worse than a broom, in my opinion. He gave him the old fucking Jeffrey Dahmer, bro. With a condom on the end and kicked it up his ass. What? I mean, dude. Who makes that story up? Right? Tell me that story's a lie. Look at the way this man stands. He says, I have to stand this way, otherwise it's very uncomfortable. Face down, ass up. That's the way I like it. Obama is the Antichrist. Dude, I think, honestly, they're like Captain Planet. They're like Captain Planet, and they all come together and form the Antichrist together. It's like all the former presidents, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, David Sachs, fucking Mark Andreessen, all these lizard humpers, they all, with their powers combined, form the fucking Antichrist. And then we're going to need like a Titan or something to come fight them like Godzilla. You think Godzilla would fight on our side? Probably, right? What was Godzilla always pissed off about? What was his deal? Is he just always angry? It's not like he talked. What was he mad about? Didn't he live in the ocean? Why'd he come on land? Or was his habitat the land and they put him in the ocean? Poor Godzilla. Godzilla's just a fucking... He's just a product of colonization and agriculture. Sounds like you said come again? Come again? Who did? Don't put words in my mouth, Barry. Or Bradley. Sorry, Barry. No slander to Barry. Always slander to Bradley Bacon.
But we saved Greenland.
No, I'm just kidding. We love you, Bradley. Girl Bradley.
And successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now, you'd
What is this closeted gay man talking about?
all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave
Japanese. Oh, Mr. Bun Bun's gonna love that. Do you hear that, Bunny? We're all gonna have to speak a little Japanese soon.
Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now?
Dude, this is so cringe. This is so funny. They're so ungrateful. They're gonna be grateful, these little piggies. I'm gonna put them in my gimp suit. I'm gonna make them beg for forgiveness. I'm gonna give them the tent stake.
So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated.
Like Donald Trump's fucking intestines.
They said, we've got him in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was
He's like, you bitches couldn't do nothing if you wanted.
one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess.
Yeah, we love Bradley around here, around these parts.
Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory. It's sitting undefended.
Trump does have Lego hair.
A key strategic location between the United States.
Trump orders his steaks medium rare. Jesus Christ.
Russia and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. You know, when we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now.
Bro, please get this man a speechwriter. Why do they got this fake teleprompter right here? This thing isn't doing shit.
Not important for any other reason, you know. Everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many places. There's no rare earth. No such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing. But there's so much rare earth. And this, to get to this rare earth, you got to go through hundreds of feet of ice.
Bradford Baconator's just an instigator, that's all.
Ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for...
Yeah, Godzilla just gets mad when he goes on land. You'd think he'd just stay in the water. He's like, what the fuck are these motherfucking humans up to now? He's like, I'm gonna wreck your shit. Does Godzilla never dies, right? He just always goes back to the ocean.
Strategic national security and international security.
China.
This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%. There's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States.
Yeah, Bradley, we're not together right now. It's no one did anything wrong. We both still love each other a lot. Life's just complicated. But everything's good. If you see Skitter in the wild, give her your love. But yeah.
Just as we have acquired many other...
Everybody's okay, though.
...territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens, too. But some grow.
Trump is requiring everyone to watch a cure for a tax refund. All right. Dude, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that Trump is finally recommending a movie that it sounds like I'll really like. I've never heard it before.
But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP. But they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said, we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to...
Do you think their chat GPT has Trump mode that does write speeches like this for him? There's just rambling, incoherent nonsense.
5%, and now they're paying the 5. They didn't pay the 2, and now they're paying the 5. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General, who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here?
Nah, dude, the SM-57 is the go-to. You can't fucking break them. I mean, honestly, Mike's kind of like old technology, you know? And plus, what are you gonna... You're gonna have to replace every time Trump uses it. What are you gonna... You're gonna let his spit stay on it and fucking create the next bubonic plague?
Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark.
Hold on, my
We
fucking
never
toilet
asked
keeps
for
running. I gotta
anything.
go catch it.
And we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now.
He said we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians. We're coming back for all your shit, bitches. Good job, Trump. We love you, buddy. Did you see this shit? Alex Crap Palantir and Larry Fink talking together. Let's check out what these pedophiles were talking about.
And I would say also in Europe,
I'm a pedophile, and I want to get this pedophile's opinion on AI, because we are currently destroying Palestine, and we will be moving on to Egypt shortly after.
And everybody's asking the question, you know, what can AI do for me, or how can I translate it? What can it do for growth? What can it do for workers? What can it do for countries and national security? We are talking about it, that it has the potential to grow capacity, to modernize industries, expand opportunity. It also will transform how we work and where we work and how we work. And the question is, are governments...
Dude, this guy is a lizard.
...prepared for that real transformation of a society?
These are two of the ugliest people I've ever seen in existence, bro. They can't get any hotties? What the fuck? How are all these people listening to a bunch of ugly twos? This man is a 2. This man is a 0.5. Trump is a 0. No, I'm just kidding. Trump's like a 4.
So we need to make sure that as it's deployed, it deploys in a way that empowers people, empowers institutions, and builds a more resilient global economy. Few leaders...
What is the symbolism with the World Economic Forum with the circle hitting all the O's?
Are truly at this intersection, though. I am certainly not that leader, but in that intersection of technology national security, and the real economy the way Alex Karp is. As co-founder and CEO of Palantir, Alex has closely worked with defense and government, private organizations to apply how AI can be used in more of the critical areas. And it's really important. And I must say,
these people do love to ski, bro.
My conversations that I've had with Alex over the last year has really enlightened me.
We found out your hear me out is Trump. Dude, Trump is a hottie. What a baddie, right? Oh my God. Trump steaks. I didn't even think about Trump steaks. That's so funny, dude. Do you think he did that as controlled opposition to get ahead? Like, why was Trump in the meat, right? Why was he selling steaks? Unless it was so that no one could talk about him getting staked in the ass. Different spelling though, bro.
Forward to this, Alex. So let me just start.
Trump steaks, they go in so easy with one kick. Oh my goodness.
Off, sovereign states have often been early adapters of advanced technology, and I think we're seeing that really very, very intimately in the United States. But from your perspective, how is AI supporting decision-making in defense and security?
Well, first of all, delighted to be here, and with that introduction, maybe I should just stop. It's good downhill from here. Would you like to talk about our return some more? And I'll just,
it's just time. I've been public now 26 years.
I think one of the things to remember, like the background.
Mushka, careful with that guitar string. She's just biting my broken guitar string, playing guitar.
Backdrop of your question, I think for
Trevor Moore was an 11, dude.
Is though you have in America, and I would say also in Europe, historically.
Also pretty tall.
Industrial development and military technology were obviously co-linked, and is a generalization, but more true than not. You developed a product for.
Trevor Moore was 6'6". Okay, that's freakish height. That's too much.
The military that then was dual functioned and raised the standard of living of the country. And then for lots of reasons, I'll just leave aside for now, that's not the way at least technology was built until. Now there's all these defense tech startups and Palantir, but
he's got the Elon brain rot disease.
It was that you had this thing where you were going to create something that had to work under the harshest conditions, that was presumably significantly better than anyone else's, to the point where it would give you a more than a slight advantage on a battlefield, especially if combined with your way of fighting. And you saw this, there was a very famous socialist German historian who was
like Hitler.
Said, well, one of the problems Germany had was the warfighting machine was so good that they just said, well, we'll decide on the battlefield who's right. And that led to obviously lots of disjunctions and real problems. In the American context,
he's like, some problems, but really, I be liking what they were doing, because one of those guys was my grandpa.
And I would say there you have a dislocation between what has happened recently in America and what is happening in Europe. And
yeah, no, exactly. That's what I mean. I immediately was thinking of the Foo Fighters. Like, I think the Foo Fighters are named the Foo Fighters to distract from alien talk, because that's what they used to call aliens back in the 40s and 50s, was Foo Fighters. But to the Trump steak thing, I think Elon chose the Tesla name, so actual Tesla and free energy would be pushed to like the 9th page on search engines. He's just cucked Thomas Edison 2.0, exactly.
What I think, so I think America and China are kind of very successful. And I spent most of my adult life in Europe, and I'm very pro-European. But I think any honest assessment is that's not gone very well. You built things that could be used.
ChatGPT says your name is Corey and you're on a podcast called Hello Alphabet Agencies. Dude, that was my old podcast with my Fed friends. They broke up with me because I was making the Philosopher's Stone. They said that I was making a phosphorus bomb in my own apartment, which wouldn't be very smart. They said you could boil piss until it turns into a bomb. Did you know that? Isn't that funny?
In adverse conditions, so rough, dirty, morally.
But yeah, they broke up with me last year, and then they deleted all of our podcasts because they work for the federal government. I guess so. It's not true that the FBI has never reached out to me. They just came to me as friends. Fake friends. Dante and Nicole.
Gray conditions. So how do you change the morality to fit with how we fight in the West is also a big vector.
Wait, speaking of protecting your phones, have you guys been getting like an absurd amount of spam text messages? And dude, getting spam call blasts. I just don't answer my phone ever. I mean, I haven't, but now especially. But now it's like madness, crazy amounts of spam texts.
So the morality is difficult. The conditions under which you use the technology are difficult. In software context, you're not directly connected to the network. In many cases, you have constraints under which you have to fight, even though that's not the optimal way to fight. And you have very specialized ways of...
Oh, Frozen being made to push out people talking about Disney being frozen.
Fighting in each country. But the positive side of that...
Yeah, dude, the crazy messages I'll get are like what you're saying, Black Death. Hey, Lisa, are we still on for seafood later? Or it'll be like, hey, friend, long time no chat. Like, yeah, we're never going to chat. What are you talking about? Or they're like, or it's like, here's your Coinbase account for taking out your Coinbase money. Like, Coinbase, what the fuck are you talking about? You just got $1,000 from New York State. Just click here to accept your money. That kind of shit. The feds really visited you? I mean, they were Fed friends. We were internet friends. We made content with each other. We did a podcast together, and we got to our 10th episode, and then they deleted it all and broke up with me and said it was my fault. And I would also argue that my intervention was me being visited by a Fed. Yeah. But no, they're too cowardly to visit me in person. I want them to, though. I mean, no, I don't. That would horrify me. That would terrify me. I would fold in a second.
Was that you also were building something that could be deployed.
Oh, and for sure, I think, yeah, that means they're tapping your phone. That means more when they are in it a lot, from my experience. I think that they're definitely, they just monitor people of interest phone, so I assume that they would do that to me, for sure. But that's fine. They can have fun. Watch all these calls come in that I don't answer.
That had an obvious value to the average citizen.
Right.
So now you have this, the AI thing is many things that are really interesting about it. But if you start with the banality that I think until very, very recently, all kind of adversaries of broadly defined the West assumed that investments in...
All right, I'm over this cuck. You guys want to watch the next 20-minute thing of Sasha? We haven't listened in a couple days, so we can keep Lisa Noel Voldang at bay. Might as well, right?
And causing that was just some sort of a special degree of just horrible person, you know?
Yeah, that's like in terms of extremity of.
Cause, dude, I think this dude is for fucking real. The fact no one on the media is talking about this, this thing is kind of blown up, right? The silence is speaking volumes. Andy Biggs, remember guys, if you weren't here, I fucking got comment from Andy Biggs.
Congressman Biggs' office, how can I help you?
Hey, my name's Corey. I just was wondering if Congressman Biggs had any comment on the Sasha Riley allegations.
Well, the congressman denies the allegations as baseless and false.
That's it?
Well, the congressman is consulting and determining all potential options, legal and otherwise.
Legal and otherwise. Is he talking mob hit, bro?
But he hasn't sued him yet.
Well,
yeah, that's the other thing. Like, the fact that they're not suing him at all, Trump isn't suing him. This man is saying he kicked a tent post up your ass as after you were done raping him for the third time. And he's silent. Donald Trump is silent on this? What the fuck?
Like I said, the congressman is considering the best course of action at this time.
Yeah, because he probably doesn't want to sue him because it's true, I'm assuming. If this is true, how does that make you feel like working for him, right? That sucks.
Well, again, sir, allegations do not equate to guilt.
But when there's lots of allegations over and over, Jim Jordan, right? Jim Jordan was hanging out in Ohio State wrestling, and he knew about all of the child predators that he was working with and stuff. Where there's smoke, there's fire, right?
Again, allegations do not equate to guilt. Hearsay is not meaningful evidence in a court of law.
Okay. Well, it is in the court of public opinion. Anyway, all right, you have a good day, brother. I hope you guys get through this. It's going to be tough, but you should quit your job. Love you.
Well, I'm sorry you came here in bad faith, sir.
I'm not in bad faith. I honestly... All right, boys, call Andy Biggs. All right, so Andy Biggs is denying the allegations. Come to stream tonight. We're streaming from 6 until 10 p.m. Cat Dad 42069 on Twitch and YouTube. All right, bye. Love you.
Oh, dude, I heard something. Wait. Andy Biggs lottery. Did you guys hear this shit?
This is Andy Biggs. He is a U.S. representative from the state of Arizona. Andy has a bit of an odd biography.
I know I liked this video. I keep getting so many videos the last couple days that are old that I've already liked, and I know I liked them, and it's the likes taken off.
That he won the American Family Sweepstakes in the early 1990s. This is him depicted in an advertisement where they're letting the world know that you could be a winner like Andy Biggs, who won the grand prize $10 million the year before. In the intervening 33 years since Andy Biggs won that prize, a lot of inflation has happened, so you might not think that $10 million is a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
For a sweepstakes, but I can guarantee you, having lived in the early 90s, it was a lot of money. That's the sort of money that elite athletes made. The upper echelon of movie stars and musical artists would make that amount of money. Imagine making what Patrick Mahomes makes today, but in a lump sum. People's questions would be, when are you going to retire? Not, are you going to get a new home, but how many mansions are you going to buy? It was life-changing money. Andy Biggs would have been instantly known as filthy rich. Andy Biggs had more money than most of us ever dreamed of having, and he chose to become a U.S. representative, and for some reason became a slavish devotee of our first criminal president. This week, many in the public became aware of the accusations that Sasha Riley has been making against Andy Biggs for years. Taped interviews of Sasha Riley that you can find online anytime you want. He accused Andy Biggs of some of the most heinous criminality I can even imagine. Not only was he personally a monster, but he was part of a criminal cabal that was taping children like...
Oh, and my comment is deleted because I definitely told this guy, I said, I got comment from Andy Biggs' office, and they denied all allegations, but said that they're looking into all options, legal and otherwise. And I said, it's posted on my IG, Knitted Anus. They took it down.
Sasha Riley says those tapes still exist. I don't know if you remember this from the C19 days, but HBO came out with a docuseries called McMillions, where it explained how the McDonald's Monopoly promotion / sweepstakes was rigged by a criminal cabal.
Bro, there's no way that all of these state lotteries and shit aren't fucking rigged, right? Oh yeah, what if this guy's a Fed and deleted it? I mean, maybe, but can he delete my like? Why? I mean, this guy's not giving me Fed vibes. This shit with Andy Biggs, I believe. I bet that this is how they pay out their pedophiles.
Andy Biggs, it's one or the other. He's either one of the luckiest people that ever lived and then just decided of all things that he could do with his life, he became a slavish devotee of Donald Trump. Or Sasha Riley's right, and he's part of a criminal cabal that made him rich and extraordinarily powerful.
But yeah, I've never seen him yet either. I mean, for sure. I'm sus of everyone too. I know what you mean.
He is a monster. It's one or the other. I'm not saying you
He is a monster.
have to believe every word out of Sasha Riley's mouth. What I am asking you to do is join us in demanding Andy Biggs' paperwork. And by paperwork, I mean the Epstein files that would prove that Sasha Riley is making up egregious, salacious...
Yes, these are horrible lies. If this isn't true, strike Sasha down. Come on. Defend yourself, Andy Biggs. You're being called a pedophile child abuser who does squeal like a piggy type shit. You pay for experiences where if you can pin a child, you can do whatever you want to him, and you chose to rape him and beat him almost to death. So, the only other person that was more scary to him was the guy that he kicked a tent stake into his asshole. So, you got some splaining to do, Mr. Biggs, and so far, we are the only newsworthy source collecting information from any of these pedophiles. They said that they're going to do extrajudicial killings if they want to. No, I'm just kidding. They just said, we're pursuing all, what did they say? All things we can do, legal and otherwise. The fuck does that mean?
Slander against this man. Do you believe that this man is one of the luckiest men that ever lived? Or is he a monster?
Yeah, exactly. It's an excellent way to direct funds to specific people without much question. Exactly, dude. Best lies are built around core pillars of truth. The core of the Sasha Gate seems true to me, while there can still be an agenda to its leak, too. Dude, you know what it is? I'm telling you, I think this is what they're trying to do. They're it's clear to me that Lisa Voldang's mission is to just pin this on Republicans. And old guard ones at that. You know what I mean? I think that they are going to end up basically sacrificing the old people for new little Peter Thiel neo-Nazis to take over. Because I don't think that they know they're not going to get away from this forever. I think. But yeah, Lisa, I think, definitely has an agenda. And I agree. I think, too, that I'm not sure. I mean, if you just listen to her, it seems like the only thing she cares about is making this Trump's ring and not Epstein's ring. Right? Yeah, it's a totally partisan agenda. That's the whole thing. It's like, it's the anti-Pizzagate, where Pizzagate was basically just saying it's just Democrats, right? That's what I'm saying. Lisa also seems like she's trying to charge Sasha with the murder of that Samantha girl, or at least collect evidence against him, right? They're like, don't listen to this guy. He killed a girl. Honestly, him saying that made me believe him more. Him admitting that is crazy. I mean, not really, because it seems like he just says shit that's true. Why would you say that? Unless you actually just care about the truth. When would that ever be good for you? Right? But I'm betting that if people find who this Samantha girl is, it'll prove that he was right, you know? It's probably a missing kid.
Only be one or the other. This is Andy Biggs. He is a U.S. representative.
Yeah, exactly. And he was a child. The adults were always culpable. Yeah, so many people can't see the partisan dichotomy of the truther movement. It drives me nuts, too. I mean, dude, I just always, like, center myself, like, if whatever they're saying isn't for, like, all the people, then it's bullshit, you know? There's, like, some angle. There's always an angle. But, yeah, I think their angle, and it's not Sasha's angle, I don't believe. I think it's Lisa's trying to basically silo Sasha into this, like, you know, it's just Republican shit. And in his experience, it seems like it. To me, what this feels like is like, so these people were pretty young, like Trump and Andy Biggs and Jim Jordan, they were young during this time, right? Like 20s and shit. This to me feels like what they would send their little trashy young minions to, you know? Give them a taste of the elite Eyes Wide Shut parties. But, you know, these are trashy little youngsters. They're like the they're like the little nihilist Gen Zers who watch Clavicular, you know, and they're doing bone smashing and looks maxing. So they're way into this creepy Heil Hitler shit, you know, like all the Andrew Tate kids and all the fucking Sneeko watchers and shit. So they get to go to this weird little psycho fair that's like at a farm, you know? And I bet they would have them in little packs with like dude, it feels like a graduating class of like Interlochen. It's like a meetup. It's like a what's it called? Like your high school reunion. It's like all these little rats probably trained together at Interlochen, and then they were dispersed upon the country and sicked upon us. And then they meet every couple weeks, every couple months at a farm, and they get to abuse children and do whatever the fuck. Because this is their reward for doing what Bale wants them to do or whatever, you know? But, yeah, I don't know. This shit all makes a lot of sense to me. And dude, the no active denying it and coming out and being like, I'm going to sue this little fucking kid. This little bitch who said I raped him. I would never. The silence is deafening, bro. You want a conspiracy? I'll give you a fun one. Is there one that we don't know about? Let me know.
of Arizona. Andy has a bit of an odd bias.
Oh, and also the other thing too is that we don't know that there weren't any like Democrat actors there, because he said that there was lots and lots of guys there, but most people just kind of blended into the background. You know, so if it's anything like politics, I do believe that these motherfuckers would be the rowdiest, weirdest ones. So it makes sense that these are the only ones that stuck out to him.
Biography in that he won the American Family Sweepstakes in the early 1990s. This is him depicting.
Oh, yeah, that clavicular guy is definitely a paid cuck. Yeah, he's a meth head. Dude, can you imagine if I was like, yeah, kids, smoke meth? You know, like, the proof that these people are paid is that Nick Fuentes is allowed to be on the internet. That Sneako's allowed to be on the internet. Andrew Tate, this fucking Marlon Wayans, what's his name? The fucking Fresh and Fit idiot. Like, these people having platforms and being able to stream and be on YouTube and TikTok, like, why am I seeing TikTok clips of these fucking assholes all the time? It's because they're literally getting pushed by the algorithm. They're feds.
In an advertisement where they're letting the world know that you could be a winner like Andy Biggs, who won the grand prize $10 million the year before. In the intervening 33 years since Andy Biggs won that prize, a lot of inflation has happened, so you might not think that $10 million is a lot of money for a sweepstakes, but I can guarantee you, having lived in the early 90s, it was a lot of money. That's the sort of money that elite athletes made. The upper echelon of movie stars and musical artists would make that amount of money. Imagine making what Patrick Mahomes makes today, but in a lump sum. People's questions would be,
sorry.
when are you going to...
We already watched this.
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about the Sasha Riley tapes. I know I'm a little...
I don't know. I don't think that Becca's fully on board yet, but let's see what Becca said.
A little bit behind on this coverage, and I have consumed all of the audio files now, and I have kind of started to collect my thoughts, and I kind of want to lay out the key allegations that Sasha Riley has made in a way that's like palatable. I know that a lot of people are having trouble sitting and listening through the actual files. They are very graphic, and if you are one of those people who have heard Sasha Riley's tapes and...
Yeah, SNL even talking about that clavicular guy is further proof that... Like, dude, they know that making fun of people like that only makes them bigger. Because then you get all the little homeboys that are like, oh, stop making fun of my looks, Maxing King. I want to suck his dick to show all the girls how hot I am.
Don't need to see anything else, don't need to see any more information. Totally respect that. But I do want to like analyze some of like the timeline and the allegations, et cetera, so I can better understand, so we can place certain people in certain places where they were in these timelines. One of my mutuals on here, Jay Megan, has done a really, really good job breaking down some of the allegations and placing the named perpetrators, like where they were in the timeline where Sasha Riley claims that these things were happening. And right off the bat, I think it's really important to note that Sasha is telling the public that they do not need to be believed based on this testimony. And them sharing this testimony is to further push for the release of the files. And Sasha has offered to do a lie detector test and testify in front of Congress, which are all things that I think Sasha should be accommodated with. And I will preface this, like, just for transparency and acknowledgement of any unintentional bias I may have. I do have a couple of concerns about some of the comments made by the author of this Substack post, including the comment that she made in the first recording that went along the lines that if you question or ask questions about these allegations, then you don't really have integrity. And I don't think that's really a fair place to put the public in.
Did she say that?
And I also don't think...
Like, I think Sasha wants people to question this.
That is what Sasha was trying to communicate when Sasha stated that the public didn't have to...
I think Lisa's a bad actor, dude.
...to believe this story if they didn't want to, but releasing the files would prove that Sasha's telling the truth. And again, that's not the fault of Sasha by any means. That's maybe just me being a little bit hypercritical, and I acknowledge that. And I also want to preface this by saying that we know that right now this is an incomplete testimony. This is not the full story. This is just the beginning of a story. We've been told more audio files are coming. We have been told there are a bunch of receipts coming. So I do anticipate those in the future. So here's some key pieces of information to know about the Sasha Riley situation. So Sasha Riley was born in 1973 and has shared paperwork showing that he was adopted in 1975 in Germany by a pilot named William or Bill Riley. And according to Sasha, Sasha's adoptive father worked as a pilot for Jeffrey. Sasha Riley is a decorated Iraq veteran and has been sharing on social media for quite a few years now, and recently sat down and shared testimony with a journalist on Substack. And Sasha has detailed that they were a victim of Jeffrey's operation from around ages 9 to 13, which would have been between 1978 and 1986. One of the memories that Sasha recalls is when they were stationed at Fort Carson in 2008, and a fellow soldier was allegedly caught with explicit material of a child. According to Sasha, their commanding officer came directly to them, allegedly wanted to...
Oh, and I saw a video that someone reached out to the guy that he mentions, Bayless, and she reached out to him, and he confirmed that he was like, I didn't see the video. I was there when the captain asked him if he had made videos like this, and I can confirm that they all agreed that it was him, and he said yes. And then he was like, how did you get my name? He's like, I'm kind of perturbed that Sasha said my name on a podcast and stuff. So this shit, I think, is real, man. Like, the stuff that he's been saying has been checking out. Like, what the fuck, right? Like, of course it is. He can't make all this shit up. He's just recounting what happened.
Show Sasha this material because the child victim in the material looked strikingly like Sasha. Sasha has name figures including Donald Trump, Lindsey Graham, Andy Biggs, Jim Jordan, and Terrence Thomas.
Yeah, definitely these kids are being paid to push agendas and culture and to shape the youth. I mean, look at Mr. Beast, man. He wants all of your kids to be fucking greedy little bitches who take and take and take. He wants to do Hunger Games. He wants to do Squid Game. He wants your kids to be okay with doing Hunger Games and Squid Games.
As being responsible for the consistent harm of many children, including Sasha. He basically claims that they were all co-conspirators within Jeffrey's ring in this 1978 to 1986 timeframe. Sasha claims that there is video footage of the aforementioned powerful figures and many other powerful figures harming children, and even audio and video recordings of children and animals losing their lives at the hands of these men and other powerful men. Sasha claimed that figures including Donald Trump harmed him physically in various ways. Sasha also claimed that Donald Trump would take the lives of small animals while Sasha watched in order to instill fear and force compliance.
Like, dude, he's been telling this story for a while. This is September 6th, 2021.
Sasha has shared that his CPS records and his medical records, as well as military records and Donald Trump's medical records, would all help prove that Sasha is telling the truth. One of the reasons Sasha says that Donald Trump's medical records will prove that Sasha is being honest is because of a story that Sasha recalled of when Sasha was about 10 years old. They were being harmed by Donald Trump, and at one point Donald Trump requested 10-year-old Sasha to do an act upon him. And instead of doing that, 10-year-old Sasha picked up a wooden tent stake from the corner of the room and put protection over it, then allegedly forcefully put it inside of Donald Trump, which caused him to become injured. And that is allegedly what caused Donald Trump to seek the long-term care of a gastroenterologist and have to permanently wear diapers. Sasha also shares how there were children around the same age who would be harmed at these festivals of sorts that were catered to the ultra wealthy. And according to Sasha, at these days-long festivals, children would be harmed and it would be filmed. Children's lives would be taken and it would be filmed. Children would fight until one of them passed away and it would be filmed. Animals' lives would be taken. It's just all very graphic. Sasha even recalled that there was a fully staffed workforce who were paid to deal with the cleaning up.
Yeah, exactly, Sherlock. Pizzagate and Q framed it as all Democrats, and Deep State puts out a bunch of sensationalized BS stuff about Trump too. They do it in both directions. It kills the truther movement by dividing it. Boy, does it ever.
Of bodies, the transportation of children, ensuring food was catered for the ultra wealthy.
And you know what? Honestly, if none of this is real, I don't care. If it's a lie, we fight on that lie.
Janitorial services and cleaning up. Like, there was a whole staff who did all of that. And Sasha states that these festivals mostly occurred in Tennessee, Texas, Alabama, and Florida. And in the audio recording, Sasha
that tracks.
Recalled multiple instances where they saw other children's lives being taken. Sasha also stated that
they know they can't stop the truther movement, so they divide it red versus blue. Exactly. Cat Dad, do it on stream and you can see who Nick really works for. Do what on stream? Nick Fuentes? I mean, Nick Fuentes works for the FBI.
Believed that Donald Trump was a bigger player in this whole operation than Jeffrey, and it almost seemed as if Jeffrey was the one working for Donald Trump. Sasha also shared how the trauma...
Oh, sorry, I did ask. I was just waiting for ChatGPT to populate it. I remember that you asked me to say this. I asked, what business entities does Nick Fuentes have and how are they tied to American First Works, Inc.?
Here's an accurate, grounded summary of what's publicly known about Nick Fuentes' organizational ties and business, nonprofit entities, focusing on verifiable info. No conspiracy, just documented facts. Nick Fuentes' public organizational involvement. 1. America First Foundation. Nick Fuentes has been listed publicly as president and CEO of a 501c nonprofit called the America First Foundation. This organization files IRS Form 990-EZ tax returns, meaning it's a small nonprofit recognized by the IRS. As of recent filings, the organization reported very low revenue and expenses, and Fuentes is listed in leadership, typically without paid compensation. This America First Foundation appears to be tied to his public political media activities and branding, e.g., America First name, not a traditional corporation designed for profit. 2. America First Political Action Conference. Nick Fuentes founded and organizes the America First Political Action Conference, AFPAC, an annual far-right political event that functions like a political conference rather than a formal company. AFPAC is described as a political conference organized by supporters of his movement, but it is not itself a traditional for-profit business entity with publicly filed corporate records. It's typically run through nonprofit or association structures in the political sphere.
No, Ferry, I know it's not a lie. I'm just saying. I'm just kidding.
Sphere. 3. America First. Show movement. Fuentes hosts a show called America First with Nicholas J. Fuentes, which is part of his public persona and political movement. This show has operated across various...
Wait, Cat Dad, why are you refusing? Refusing what? Are you talking about this? Is this just after I started listening to it?
Platforms and is associated with the Groypers, his followers.
And yeah, also, calm down, dude. We got a lot of stuff going on around here. Not everyone gets their requests 5 minutes after they ask for it, you know? We got a plan. There's a plan.
Not via a publicly documented company like American First Works, Inc. About American First Works, Inc. There are no public records or credible reporting linking Nick Fuentes to an entity named American First Works, Inc., based on searches of nonprofit databases and news archives. It does not appear to be a known corporate entity tied to him in IRS filings or business registrations publicly available online. Summary distinction, entity name, type.
I'm not sure what we were supposed to learn from this. He has 501c3 charity corporation. Yeah, of course he does.
Known tie to Fuentes.
And the fact that he can funnel money through it without the IRS coming after him means he's a Fed.
Annual Plist, America First Foundation, IRS recognized nonprofit, 501c, yes. Yes, listed as President, CEO. America First Political Action Conference, AFPAC, Annual Political Conference, organized under movement, yes, founder, organizer. America First Show, Political Media Show, yes, hosted by Fuentes. American First Works, Inc. No credible public record found. No, not documented. Hashtag contextual note. Nick Fuentes is primarily known for his role as a far-right political commentator and organizer, with activities centered around political events, media streams, and nonprofit activism. These are not traditional commercial business entities, like corporations or LLCs selling products, but rather nonprofit and political organizational structures tied to his public advocacy. If you want, I can help you pull publicly.
There's way more to it, but you gotta dig deeper and ask if Nick's business entities are doing business with other... I mean, dude, just tell me what you want. Tell me what you want us to find. Why we gotta play games? Just say it. I mean, he's a Fed. I know he's a Fed.
That endured as a child caused them to have the out of...
I don't need to see anything with paperwork to know that. You just gotta look at what they talk about. And the fact that they're allowed to talk about it.
Control behavior.
How come we aren't allowed to talk about the shit? Look at my fucking look at my TikTok page. Meanwhile, Nick Fuentes doesn't even need a TikTok page because he's just got Fed bots reposting his shit all the time. Look at my shit. Look at this. Fucking the top 12 videos, 4 of them are fucking community guidelines violations. I can't say shit on this stupid app. But Nick Fuentes gets to fucking do Heil Hitler shit. Look at this.
Choose man! Choose man! They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
This has 872 likes. I can't remember the last video that I was allowed to see 800 people, period.
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my Nazis, nigga, how
Dude.
Choose man! Choose man!
Not a woman in sight. Oh my god, they played it in the club too? Jesus Christ. These guys get... The Tate brothers were sex trafficking young girls in Romania, and how the fuck did they make it back to America? When the fuck were they allowed back in America? What is going on? What is this?
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
We like you more because you get less likes. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, they'll compromise me one day, I'm sure. Just kidding, they never could. White guys dropping the N-bomb and saying HH, so sick. I hope that was one of the Kanye clones that made the song and not the original. Dude, I don't know, it might be. I will say this, I've kind of always despised Kanye because I've always thought he was a little... He's gross. So I do think that it's still the same Kanye. He just be acting his true self. He was better at hiding it before. But you know, he's also got worms in his brain. Worms around him for the last 20 years, talking in his ears, so. But yeah, anyway. These fucking lizards, dude. Excuse me. Wait, watch this.
Innocent Macron is subjected to sick torture chamber experiment. Innocent Macron is subjected to sick torture chamber experiment.
What was I looking for? Oh my god, wait, this was so funny.
Whatever his name was?
Charlie Kirk, ma'am?
Yeah, him is horrible. Horrible.
Charlie Kirk is horrible?
Yes, I'm glad he's not here.
You're glad he's dead?
Yes.
Why would you say something like that, ma'am?
Because he was horrible on the campuses, the college campuses. Horrible person.
You know what? I do the exact same thing. Would you be glad if I would die?
Maybe. I'd have to think about it. I'd have to think about it.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Ashamed of yourself.
Your friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
Whatever his name was?
Charlie Kirk, ma'am?
Yeah, him is
Charlie Kirky? Him's horrible.
horrible.
Charlie Kirk is horrible?
Yes, I'm glad
I'm surprised she
You
wasn't
guys
like,
know how
he's a
Donald Trump
fucking
is
cunt.
like obsessing about taking Greenland, and he said that he's taking Greenland, despite the fact that Greenland and all of the European countries and everyone who like matters has said, no, it's not happening. You're not taking Greenland. And he's continuing to say, yes, I'm taking Greenland. It's mine. I'm going to take it by force. Yet they're saying no. The reason why like we are so like what is happening and so outraged is because we don't think like predators.
I mean, I think that are you going to say Nick Fuentes works for Peter Thiel? Because that is probably who he works for. I think all these that's why they're allowed to survive on the internet. He's just a lesser JD Vance.
We as normal civilized
Blood
human
boy.
beings know that when someone says no, it means no. You need to stop. Donald Trump is a predator. When girls have said no to him in the past, what happened? I don't know. Let's ask the almost 30 women who have come forward with different allegations of SA against him.
You are not going to grab Greenland by shit, okay? You're not grabbing Greenland's pussy. Leave it alone.
Or maybe we can ask the woman who he was found legally guilty of R-wording. All of these authorities saying no, don't touch this, does not faze Donald Trump, who looks at girls and women like property. And this man looks at Greenland as his property. These kind of people, and you can ask any survivor who has been in that situation. These people can't be reasoned with. There is literally no reason why a grown man would not understand the words no unless they have a mind of a predator. I know a lot of people want to blow all of this Greenland stuff off as nothing, but those who have been keeping up on our conversation surrounding technocracy know that this is not nothing. And predatory men, once they've decided that something is theirs and they're taking it, cannot be reasoned with. They need to be stopped by force. Just had to hop in here and say that. You guys know how Donald Trump is like obsessing about taking years in their youth, and because of this, Sasha recalled that Jane Goodall was called out to their foster care to work directly with Sasha. There are a lot more allegations and they get a lot more graphic, and I do implore you to listen to the full audio tape so you have full context if you can stomach them. Like in a nutshell, those are some of the key allegations and things that were said in those audio tape. I know it goes a lot deeper than that, and I'm not trying to ignore specific things that Sasha said, but I'm just trying to take this one slow and keep it comprehensive. I'm running out of time, so go over to part 2. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about the Sasha Riley. Okay, part 2, discussing the Sasha Riley tapes. First of all, it is true that Virginia Giuffre did testify in a case against Ghislaine Maxwell. A man named Bill or William Riley worked for Jeffrey. It is also true that Bill Riley was called or supposed to be called as a witness in the same legal proceeding. And it is true that the name Bill Riley comes up multiple times throughout the files that we have access to and Jeffrey's emails. Keeping that in mind, it is important to note that there was an attorney who worked for Jeffrey named Bill Riley, who is not the same man as Sasha's adoptive father. Second of all, it is true that Donald Trump did have a primary care doctor who was a gastroenterologist.
And he got murdered.
Many years, and his name was Dr. Bornstein. And Dr. Bornstein had his office raided during Donald Trump's first term, and shortly after, Dr. Bornstein passed away under very mysterious circumstances. Now, third of all, I want to talk a little bit about the timeline, because I think that's where I personally have some questions. Not saying I don't believe Sasha. I'm not trying by any means to be negative or harmful to survivors in any way, shape, or form. All of my questions could probably be...
Oh my god, just went down rabbit hole of pigs seeing the sky for the first time. They do not like being picked up. No, they don't. Did you find anywhere they get quiet when they see it? A lot of them do just scream.
Answered with clarity given within this timeline. I'm not trying to question the allegations that Sasha is making. I am not putting any of the things that Sasha has alleged past these evil, disgusting men. I just want to make that so clear. So,
Barry, I actually think most cultures are averse to pig because there's secret lore that pigs are actually humans that were transformed as a punishment, and so that's why they have human eyes and they have human emotions, is because they're people. And that's also apparently why they taste like people.
let's talk a little bit of the timeline of it all.
Ask H-Bomber.
The timeline in which Sasha alleges that they were directly impacted by this harm from ages 9 to 13, which was 1978 to 1986. So where was everybody? 1978 to 1981, Jeffrey was working at Bear Stearns for Alan Greenberg. This is where Jeffrey first heard of Robert Maxwell, as Robert Maxwell had an account.
That's not true. In the 70s. Yeah, wait. In the 70s, someone wrote in the birthday book that they knew each other in the 70s.
At Bear Stearns, but he did not meet Robert Maxwell until later. From 1981
False.
to 1987.
Not that Becca's lying, just that I don't know if Becca knows that. I think that's a new piece of information.
Jeffrey started his own intelligence firm and was working with clients around the globe. He was doing a lot of work abroad at this time. This is the era where Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi arms dealer, was one of Jeffrey's clients. This is actually the era where Jeffrey made a lot of the intelligence contacts that he maintained until his passing. In this era, he made connections with defense contractor Douglas Lease, U.S. Attorney General John Mitchell, connections with Stephen Hoffenberg, who would go on to introduce him to Robert Maxwell. In 1987, he officially went on to work for Stephen Hoffenberg at Towers Financial Corporation, which later turned out to be one of the largest Ponzi schemes in American history. There's no record of Donald Trump and Jeffrey crossing paths or knowing each other during this time period. What was Jim Jordan doing in this era? And honestly, I could talk about Jim Jordan all day. I think he is a very scummy person, and I think it's very alarming that as an elected official, he went to great lengths to try to downplay the horror of the Ohio State scandal, a school that he was an alumni of. In the 1978 to 1986 timeline, Jim Jordan was in high school for a good portion of that. If I'm not mistaken, Jim Jordan graduated from high school in 1982. And then he graduated from college in Wisconsin in 1986. Then he went on to get his graduate degree at Ohio State in 1987. And I'm not saying that this exonerates anybody. I am just...
It certainly doesn't. At high school, I mean, these people are trained in this. I mean, bro, do I need to show Jim Jordan at fucking Interlochen camp with Jeffrey? But I'm glad she's looking into this, though. But, dude, I also think they lie about their ages, too. He's probably like doing like 21 Jump Street. He was like 24 when he was in high school because he's also stupid as fuck. He definitely needed the extra years to be able to pass high school.
Just giving you context of where everyone was during this time period. Then there is Andy Biggs. In 1978, Andy Biggs had just returned from his LDS mission and began college at BYU. And he would graduate from BYU in 1982, and then he would graduate with his law degree in 1984. So he was a college student and working his early career as an attorney during this time period, basically. And then there's Jane Goodall. What was Jane Goodall doing during this time period? During this time period and after, Jane Goodall was mostly based in Tanzania, where she spent most of her time enthralled in research and observing the chimpanzee community. Jane Goodall did start a youth advocacy program in 1991, and the first location was based in Tanzania. It wasn't like a troubled youth program. It was like a youth advocacy.
Jesus Christ, it's already 9? Holy fuck, 10-minute warning.
Program having to do with nature and animals and immersing children and teens into the world of animals and nature. And to my knowledge, I've personally never heard of like Jane Goodall doing behavioral work with children. That would be new to me. I'm not saying it did not happen, but I've personally never heard of her dabbling into like the pediatric behavioral care. And there's Lindsey Graham. During this time period, Lindsey Graham was mostly a college student in South Carolina. He graduated with a psychology degree in 1977 and then received a law degree in 1981. Then Lindsey Graham went on to join the Air Force in 1982, and he was stationed mostly in Europe during his service until he left.
Sure. I'm sure he was in Europe. Look at this little guy. He's a little zesty. Look at him. You can tell from the picture.
Active duty in 1989.
Who the fuck is this guy? This dude looks like... Is he one of those evangelical pastors that molested a bunch of people?
Vladimir Putin was also mentioned as someone who was aware of this operation running. During this time period, Vladimir...
I'm telling you, dude, Jeffrey Epstein and Vladimir, they were doing the exact same thing, I think.
Putin was KGB. So I really couldn't tell you what he was doing or where he was, other than the curated information that Russian media will allow us to be aware of. Clarence Thomas was another figure who was mentioned as someone who attended these parties, these festivals. In 1978, Clarence Thomas was working for the state of Missouri after receiving his law degree 4 years prior. From 1979 to 1981, Clarence Thomas worked at the U.S. Department of Education, may she rest in peace, under the Reagan administration. And in 1981, Ronald Reagan appointed him the chairman of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, where he served until 1982. Then from 1982 to 1986, Clarence Thomas served as a private attorney to government officials and politicians. So he was absolutely heavily involved in the government during this timeline of allegations. So then we have Donald Trump. Donald Trump was not a politician during this time period, but he could be considered one of like the ultra wealthy elite.
And he's his family is FBI. I mean, he was born into this shit.
And he obviously still is. As we know, Donald Trump's early ideas of entering politics didn't really start happening until after his KGB-sponsored trip to Moscow in 1986. We know he would run for president unsuccessfully in 2000 before later going on to successfully run for president and ruin everybody's life. During the time period of the allegations that Sasha has brought forward, Donald Trump was super involved within the real estate world. He was super involved in his casino world. He's constantly trying to get newsworthy moments for the newspapers. During this time period,
Casino's a great way to move money for a bunch of pedophiles too.
Donald Trump was very close, basically attached to the hip to his lawyer and fixer, Roy Cohn. So I share those timelines with you not because I don't believe powerful men or these powerful men did something awful to Sasha. And I'm sure that like the questions I have could be easily cleared up with just some clarification. I think we should all be supporting Sasha's message stating release the files.
Word.
And I most certainly do not put any of the egregious things that Sasha recalled past any of the men accused. Very clear, Sasha is simply asking to be heard, to be listened to release the files, and I think all of those things should be respected. I definitely think that there's a really big rabbit hole here, and I am very curious to see the further information, the receipts, the audio files that are released. I know that that's the plan, is to release more information, and I will be sitting with bated breath waiting to consume more of it. I know that this is like a really hot topic right now, and a lot of people are talking a lot about it. Just have questions so that I can better understand. Not because I think that Sasha is lying, not because I think that any of the allegations made are so outlandish that none of
It is a lot all at once.
these men are capable of doing these things. I totally believe that these men are capable of doing the things alleged. This is just one of those stories that I feel I need to take one step at a time and continue to respect the request of what Sasha is asking of us, to hear their story and to push those in power to release the files. So I guess consider this like our chapter 1 into Sasha, and I hope you guys understand what I'm saying when I say I just kind of want to take this one slow, one step at a time. This is an evolving story. There's still more information to come out, but none of that means that I am not on Sasha's side. So I'll have more thoughts and opinions and information for you guys as this develops. But that's kind of just like a breakdown in a nutshell for you guys, and just kind of like a timeline of kind of the things that were happening during that time. We're going to keep a close eye on this, and I'd love to hear your guys' opinions and thoughts in the comments. Okay, part 2, discussing the Sasha Riley tapes. First of all, it is true that
They deleted my comment here
Virginia
too.
Giuffre—
I told Becca in this video too that I that I got comment from Andy Biggs. They deleted it. Paulo Zempoli is part of the Venezuela takeover. Let's go, dude. We love it.
You guys know how Donald Trump— Okay, part 2 of my last video. So these are some of the figures who Amanda has named as people who have been key figures in assisting Paulo Zempoli in terrorizing her. Amanda has shown me documentation, warrants, court orders, and email correspondence that— Okay, so I have some new information for you guys about the Amanda Angaro and Paulo Zempoli situation. If you're behind, watch the playlist that this video is attached to. So as we know, Paulo Zempoli is the former modeling agent who brought Melania to the United States for Donald Trump back in the 90s and has been in business with Donald Trump since the 90s. They did the whole modeling agencies together. They did the whole real estate world together. Paulo's a United Nations diplomat. He was a part of the first Trump administration, and he is very involved in the current administration. Right, okay, we've been talking about this guy since July. We know—
This bro don't got a neck, dude.
You guys know I recently made contact with Amanda Angaro, and we are now in communication on a regular basis. We know Amanda Angaro is the mother of Paulo Zempoli's child, who he began grooming at the age of 15 years.
Yo, Becca's source is literally Paulo Zempoli's— oh my god, watch, she turns up in a
Years old.
ocean.
She was a victim of Jeffrey's operation. She was on Jeffrey's plane at just 16 years old. We knew that she was on Jeffrey's plane at 17 years old per the flight logs that were released by the DOJ in 2021. But since speaking to Amanda, she has confirmed that she was on Jeffrey's plane at the age of 16, earlier than we even realized. Amanda has known John Casablancas since she was 13 years old, and we know Paulo actually grew up with John Casablancas, and John Casablancas—
Becca's making friends. Becca's making friends.
This is the man who inspired Paulo to become a modeling agent. Amanda was a victim and witness to Jeffrey's operation. She has a lot of information about the inner workings of this operation. She was on Jeffrey's plane with Jean-Luc Brunel. She has a very unique perspective into this entire situation. And as we know and have been reporting on, in June of 2025, Amanda was wrongfully arrested and held in an ICE detention facility for nearly 4 months. After being held for that period of time, she was deported to Brazil without any kind of due process or trial. Amanda has a fantastic team of attorneys who are currently helping her get justice for her wrongful arrest, her wrongful deportation, and the parental kidnapping and alienation of the child that she shares with.
Paulo Zempoli had Trump deport her? That's amazing. 1 minute. Load your bongers.
Those are all ongoing proceedings, and on the 21st of this month, Amanda will testify in front of the Supreme Court in New York City while acknowledging
that was today. Yeah.
She has years of legal battles ahead of her. We hope that the 21st begins a series of wins for her and her future. With permission from Amanda's legal...
Yeah, between all the McDonald's, the cocaine, the tent stake up his ass, I can't believe he can hold any shit in. I don't think he does, dude. All the videos of people being behind him while he shits his pants and being like... looking around like, you guys smelling this shit?
Counsel, she has been given the permission to speak on a wide range of things that have happened to her and are currently happening to her. We can't talk about everything right now, but after some of the upcoming legal proceedings that she has, she will be able to say more. So I'm going to share with you some information that Amanda has given me permission and her legal team have.
It's 9/11 time, boys. Hudson dropped his new music video. Here we go. We're blessed. Never forget 9/11, baby. All right, here's Hudson's new music video. Good faith. This is so awesome. Hudson rules. He's got cool shoes too. These shots are all awesome. love Hudson. Who's sitting next to Roger Stone at lunch? Oh, Trump.
Given permission for me to share with you guys. What I'm about to share with you is Amanda's own words, so I'm going to be reading from a screen so I can make sure I say everything correctly. And if you guys want to like read this stuff yourself and see like receipts and everything like that, you can go over to my Substack. I've already laid it all out and it's published on my page. So I'm going to share this message from Amanda with you guys, and then after that I'm going to go over a few different names of figures that Amanda has given me. And these are figures who are aware of what's going on within our government and are assisting Paulo in his quest to silence and seek revenge against Amanda. Okay, from Amanda Angaro, 1/18/2026. This is not family drama. This is a criminal operation. I have witnessed many things since I was a teenage girl who became swept up in this nightmare. I have photos to prove the physical abuse I have experienced at the hands of Paulo. I have proof of his longtime substance use issues. I have information and proof of his fraudulent business dealings and millions of dollars worth of insurance fraud that Paulo has committed. I have proof that me and my family have faced harassment, threats, and blackmail from Paulo for years. I have information and proof of government and public officials being bribed by Paulo. I have proof Paulo began trying to
Bro, and Paulo is what is he in the government right now? He's a United States representative for global partnerships. What the fuck does that mean? Look at this cuck. Global partnerships. Wait, this is an office, the Office of Global Partnerships? Okay, so I guess that's his role. Representative for Global Partnerships. Okay.
Me when I was 15 years old, and it is true that I was on Jeffrey Epstein's plane as a teenager. I was only 16 years old the first time I was put on his plane. I have proof Paulo abandoned his own mother in a nursing home in Italy after stealing her jewelry and other valuable items. If a man can rip away his own mother's dignity without a second thought, you can imagine what Paulo is capable of. I faced a false arrest based on manufactured charges. I was forced to stay in an ICE detention facility for months before I was deported to Brazil, where I have been fighting for justice. My paperwork and history of work for the United Nations did not stop the government from treating me like an animal. For 3 years before I was wrongfully arrested, I supported myself and my son without financial assistance from Paulo. In the years leading up to my arrest, Paulo and I did not have a romantic relationship, following an affair that he had in Washington, D.C. Paulo did call me his wife, and we were together for 19 years, but legally we were never married. During that time, Paulo was only a present father to fit his narrative and to appear to the public as a loving father. I did not keep our son away from him and allowed him to still see his father. I moved to Miami with my son to enter the workforce, really for the first time outside of my 10 years of work for the United Nations. My attempt to be independent and create distance between myself and Paulo enraged him, and everything got worse, especially when I filed for full custody. The court awarding me full custody would mean Paulo would have to pay years of unpaid child support and continue to financially support our son into adulthood. This was not something that fit Paulo's narrative, something he is desperate to control. I was being harassed relentlessly. My family and friends.
Dude, this is awesome.
Friends were harassed as well and even followed in some cases. Shortly after, I began working a job at a medical assistant training school that specializes in minimally invasive procedures. I was associated with a med spa in Miami. Many anonymous complaints began to flood in. The man that I was arrested with was my romantic partner at the time and is now my husband. He is an awarded plastic surgeon of 30 years who conducts teaching seminars across the world. 3 months before being arrested and booked in June, police showed up unannounced unbeknownst to our home. Police came into our home and took me and my partner out in handcuffs. We were thrown against the wall outside of our home, and neighbors began to come outside because of the police presence. They were shocked, we were shocked. Neither of us have a criminal record, yet we were handled with extreme force, humiliated, and made a spectacle out of. We were humiliated. We waited for an hour for the police to get a search warrant. They destroyed our home and found nothing. The officers then went to my workplace and were there for hours. They confiscated equipment properly approved, lasers by regulatory agencies, medical documents, and patient records. They did all this searching for evidence of criminal activity that simply did not exist. Then June came and my partner, now husband, and I were arrested. No one else from the training center or spa were arrested. I was picked up by ICE officers and taken to a detention center. No bail was possible. I felt so broken and confused. I remained imprisoned in that ICE detention center in Miami for 3.5 months, while increasingly absurd accusations were piled on and have yet to be proven. One of the charges placed against me included that I was practicing medicine illegally, which is an absurd lie that the state of Florida has yet to provide evidence to my legal team of. Nothing that my husband and I have been arrested for has been proven in court, yet I was deported without trial. I was not given the opportunity to prove that the charges against me were fabricated. My fate was decided before they put the handcuffs on me. When I arrived in Brazil,
what are they all so scared of? Huh? Why did Paulo have to get rid of her?
I began the legal process of fighting for custody of my son, and for a moment I was successful. Giovanni was brought to Brazil briefly after my deportation, per court orders, before Paulo illegally removed him from my care and the country, causing me to file a kidnapping complaint. I am still fighting for my son to be rightfully returned to my custody. So that is what Amanda has to share with you guys, what she has permission to share with you.
She doesn't have her son? Yo.
You guys right now, if you go over to part 2, we're going to go over some of the names who Amanda has given me as figures in our government who have helped assist Paula in having Amanda wrongfully deported and her son kidnapped from her. Okay, so I have some new information for you,
bro.
Okay, part 2 of my last video. So these are some of the figures who Amanda has named as
Pam
people
Bondi.
who have been key
Pam fucking Bondi, go figure, dude.
Figures in assisting Paolo Zampoli in terrorizing her. Amanda has shown me documentation, warrants, court orders, and email correspondence that prove the undeniable awareness that each of the figures who I'm going to mention know what Paolo's...
Dude, I'm telling you, Becca Day is the only journalist alive in America. I just said Becca Day is the only journalist alive.
Really are. I put some of these receipts in my Substack article, and I'll also overlay them on this video. Any receipts that aren't included right now will be included whenever we get the green light from Amanda's attorneys. So the first...
Dude, and I hope that Becca getting this person to talk to her gets more people to talk to her. She should have 1 million people talking to her. She's so good. I don't know how she fucking... I don't know how she... She's prolific, bro.
Person that Amanda has named is Pam Bondi. Remember that Paolo Zampoli posted this photo of himself, his new girlfriend, the ambassador of Panama, and Pam Bondi, and he captioned this photo. This was less than 48 hours after Amanda was arrested, Lady Justice. We already knew that Pam Bondi and Paolo Zampoli were close as they both work in the administration, but the 2026 committee assignments for the Kennedy Center were just released, and Paolo Zampoli and Pam Bondi are going to be working even closer as they are both trustees on the board of the Kennedy Center this year. And I know Paolo was on the board of the Kennedy Center in 2025, but Pam Bondi also being on the board of the Kennedy Center, I did not know that was a thing. I don't know if she was quietly put on the board in 2025, but 2026, Pam Bondi is also involved in the Kennedy Center. I have personally seen email communications that show that Pam Bondi, her office, and other figures around her whom she has appointed, including Jay Clayton, whom she appointed to handle the release of the Jeffrey files, are very aware of this situation. And Pam Bondi actually awarded the lead detective who led Amanda's arrest, raid of her home and her workplace, and transfer to ICE custody, Detective Kenneth Seeley, with an attorney Attorney General Award for his work as a detective back in 2019. More on that detective in a moment. Another name that Amanda gave me was Florida State Prosecutor Stacey Cleveland. This is the prosecutor who initially brought charges against Amanda and her now husband. As a Florida prosecutor, Stacey Cleveland would have rapport with the Attorney General's office. Pam Bondi was Attorney General from 2011 to 2019. Stacey Cleveland often gives teaching seminars to Florida police officers, specifically in the Miami-Dade County, which is where the Aventura Police Department is located. And the Aventura Police Department is the police department who handled the arrest of Amanda. Just as a side note, Pam Bondi has also been featured in the Aventura Police Department's newsletters. And like, just to understand the weakness of the case that Stacey Cleveland's office has against Amanda Angaro, the only piece of evidence of Amanda's crimes that they have shared with Amanda's legal team is a singular photograph of Amanda touching an FDA-approved laser machine. Not using the laser on a patient, her hand was placed on the machine. Amanda did nothing illegal whatsoever, which is probably why she was deported instead of given due process and a trial. I can only speak for myself when I say I most certainly would not want to be on the prosecuting end of this case when I know what kind of evidence that the defense is holding. The next figure who Amanda named, who we just talked about briefly, is Detective Kenneth Seeley of the City of Aventura Police Department, badge number 289. Like I just said before, Kenneth Seeley is the lead detective who handled the arrest and the raiding of Amanda and her partner's home and workplace. Here's a copy of part of the search warrant. As you can see, Kenneth Seeley's name is right on the search warrant. And as someone who doesn't read search warrants frequently...
Hold on. Squeaks break. Say hi, son. Don't look so scared. Come on. You love being on pop. Say hi to your friends. Up here. Yeah. Look up here. Show everyone your cool guy liner. Say you and JD Vance get ready in the mirror in the morning together. You guys each paint guy liner on each other. Is that cute? That's really cute. Come on, show everybody. Look up here. Up here. Yeah. Okay, you want to talk to the mic? What do you got to say? He just licked his lips. That's all. What the frick? You're gonna leave? Rude. Rude.
Are these agencies named normal to see on a search warrant? I believe this is trying to say like all these agencies are going to assist and comply with the search warrant in this investigation that they're leading. The director of United States Secret Service, the director of Homeland Security, the director of the FDA. Like, is that normal to put on? Is that just standard to go on a search warrant? Very curious. Anyone who knows, please let me know. But anyway, here's a copy of the search warrant. You can see who the detective handling this case was. Detective Kenneth Seeley is very decorated within Aventura Police Department. Like I mentioned before, he was personally honored by Pam Bondi. She gave him an Attorney General Award while she was Attorney General of Florida back in 2019. Like most police departments in America, the Aventura Police Department does not have a squeaky clean reputation. 2023 alone, 2 Aventura police officers were arrested for crimes that included SA, kidnapping, and aggravated assault. With all that being said, there is still a lot more to share, but I'm going to leave it here for now. Again, if you...
She's saying Peter Thiel? This lady Amanda Angaro has Peter Thiel information?
You want to kind of like visualize all of this information and look at it all in one place, you can go over to my...
Oh, Amanda's upcoming court date is tomorrow, not today.
Substack. I already have it all laid out with the receipts, the links, everything. As Amanda is able to, through permission from her legal team, she will share more, and I can assure you, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Remember, Amanda Angaro has known John Casablancas, the man who inspired Paulo to become a modeling agent, longtime friend and business partner of Donald Trump, and known child predator since she was 13 years old. Amanda Angaro has information that the world needs to hear. She has proof that the world needs to see. She has receipts that the world needs to see. I said this in my Substack article, and I'll say this now. I do not think I will ever forgive the mainstream media or Congress, mind you, for ignoring this situation for so long. That's all I have for you guys right now.
Dude, Becca Day is crushing it.
We just have like so much to talk about. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, part 2 of my last.
Killing it. Killing the fucking game, dude. Spirit Science made a video yesterday that is called The Conspiracy Theory of Everything Explained Like Never Before. We interested in that? Makes you think all the chaos around the world is an attempt to keep us in lower level vibration. If you're always worried or in chaos, it's harder to achieve or see true realities. Whether you believe it or not, we are being watched and observed. If you know, you know.
This video is a set of hypotheses, an exploration of the world. And while many ideas will be explored, what we are sharing here is not meant to be taken as definitive truth. We're not claiming this is entirely made up of facts. Rather, we are attempting to explore.
I'm speeding it up because it's an hour and a half long.
A deeper.
We're not going to be able to finish it all tonight, too, by the way.
Perhaps darker.
But we'll start watching it. Oh, check out Peppa's link. Peppa, I told you, you missed out, dude. Well, how long is this? Let's guess. Come on. Guess in the chat how long this Peppa video is. 3 hours and 20 minutes, I'm guessing. No, only an hour this time, actually. Everyone is involved. Ex-British MP Andrew Britton on Satanism, child trafficking, corruption, and abuse.
This program is brought to you by Bundle.
Was injured badly with a bomb. I played the clip.
I kind of want to, we'll try and watch that tomorrow. I want to start watching this, see if this is any good. It's on the docket, though.
Area of human consciousness and see the bigger picture of what is really going on. Please.
Unless everyone else wants to watch that, but I think that this kind of sounds interesting.
Have your own experience, do your own research, and don't be afraid to go deeper down the rabbit hole. For the truth is often stranger than fiction.
Hip-hop!
There's no denying that the collective human consciousness is in quite of a pickle today. It is chaotic and overtaking itself and all of nature.
True.
Because of the internet, we have nearly real-time access to information, and yet most people are only seeing a particular slice of the story. For example, the algorithms behind what you find when you use Google, Facebook, YouTube, and almost every other social network are designed to show you what you're already looking for, or what the computer code thinks you want to see based on other people's behavior. Unless you're actively searching.
Ooh, a digital detox retreat filming. That sounds awesome with a bunch of little cabins. Summer camp. Fuck yeah, dude.
Searching for new information, to find something different, or follow someone who is creating content that is going down rabbit holes and sharing what they find, what you get is generally what you're already accustomed to seeing. You only see what you want to see. Further, due to the controversial nature of many ideas.
Dude, that's literally what's going on with people in the clouds. They only see what they want to see. They don't want to see that they're fake. They're little piggies with their their little heads stuck down, looking at the grass. They can't look up.
Ideas, especially those labeled as conspiracy theories, many ideas are not explored by the masses because when they hear about it, they see that these ideas are ridiculed and they write them off as nonsense or dangerous extremism. Following the herd mentality makes it easier to dismiss exploring new ideas, so people can easily go along with their lives. This is critical because the ability to change one's belief changes your experience of life, and most people are happy just letting things be as they are. A minority of people are compelled to seek higher truth at all cost, and certainly most of us know that sometimes it can be very hard to empathize with those who choose comfort over following their passions. As the saying goes, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And trying to convince others to think differently only leads to distress on everyone's part. As many ancient texts will suggest, this is not how true wisdom is passed on. This creates a sort of self-created deception and distraction from the bigger picture, which is rarely explored. If you're already familiar with spirit science, we've talked before about how everything is connected. This was even a fundamental part of my own awakening, where I had a transcendent experience that all things were one, unified and stemming from and linking to a singular greater whole. Yet today, and the struggle of human consciousness, is that most people are not seeing it, simply not looking, or not even wanting to look. In modern science today, there are many scientists searching for an all-pervading theory of everything, something that unifies quantum mechanics and the theories of relativity. And so today, we respectfully present to you the conspiracy theory of everything. I invite you to watch this with the intention of self-reflection, for as is the nature of consciousness itself, pointing the finger and blaming others only creates more of the same cycle that we've been trapped in. Liberating ourselves from the illusion is the only way to really break free of the shackles that bind us to our lower state of being. Our conspiracy theory of everything begins first with the Demiurge. The Demiurge is an ancient Greek and Gnostic concept.
Bro, I feel like this video is gonna hit.
Describing a consciousness that is considered to essentially be the creator of the physical universe, but not the supreme creative force behind all things. A good way to explore this idea is through The Matrix, a science fiction story that suggests everything we think we know of as the real world is nothing but an illusion, a false world within which most are imprisoned, unable to effectively identify what is real. As people go about their day-to-day lives, they think that their world is authentic, but that every individual is truly plugged into an artificial reality severed from the real world. While people suffer, there is a tremendous benefit to the ruling overlords, who in the film were a form of AI. As it relates to us, this AI is in essence the Demiurge. The Demiurge was described as a force, a deity, or a consciousness who was responsible for the creation of the physical world and reality. However, in a way, it had imposed itself over top of the true reality, the supreme oneness that created all things. In this, it was a false god who had assumed authority over the world, masking the living beings, namely us, from the supreme truth, the highest order of creation, and making us believe that what we experienced as real, the physical reality that we are a part of, was the true, authentic reality, even though it wasn't. Depending on the school and belief of different Gnostic,
or at least that it's not the full picture, right? I think we're supposed to be tapped in like 1 foot in the astral realm and 1 foot in the material world. Know what I mean?
sex. The Demiurge was either seen as something malevolent, deliberately trying to deceive us, or something that was simply ignorant or misguided of its place in the universe and the rest of creation, which led to us becoming lost in the illusion as a result. Said in simple terms, the Demiurge was the force behind the physical universe, but within our consciousness, so long as we perceived that which is physical to be real, we were slaves to the illusion of the false or at least incomplete reality. To that end, these ancient people, at least those who were part of the ancient mystery schools, believed that the physical reality was an illusion. They sought to liberate themselves from the illusion of reality through varying spiritual practices, from meditation to plant medicine ceremonies and everything in between, in order to connect with higher realms of existence and break free of the false world by finding the truth, the supreme oneness within. This is because even the Demiurge and the physical universe still stemmed from the supreme oneness, and the light of truth could be found within. Known to the Gnostics as Sophia, meaning wisdom in Greek, it was the act of awakening this divine spark within us that would return us to the higher realms, which became the ultimate goal of many Gnostic schools. This is where we find the roots of enlightenment and light concepts from around the world, which teach that within this world of suffering, we can release ourselves from the illusion through various forms of mastery and self-discipline, both physical.
Be in the world, but not of the world. Jesus the big dog. Yeah, exactly.
Physical, emotional, and
I do think it's supposed to be 50-50 too. I think that our spirituality, and like spirituality, I think is just like tapping into nature, you know, listening to nature and stuff. It could be all this other fun stuff too, yoga, meditation, whatever. But I think it was a big part of everything. It wasn't like 10%. I think it's a massive thing. That's why they work. That's why everything is literally set up to disconnect us from it.
Mental.
Like everything.
This, of course, takes considerable effort and intention to do so. In essence, transcendent people do what is hard, and that's why their lives are easy. People in suffering do what is easy, and that's why their lives are hard. Fast forward to today, There is a tremendous volume of voices from across the internet, exploring ideas, concepts, and sharing a metric buttload of memes. But amidst the voices of the masses, we find a new concept emerging and being discussed in scientific and even some mainstream circles. An idea that proposes that the entire universe as we know of is actually a hologram, or a simulation of some kind. Scientifically speaking, if we look at the cosmos from the perspective of quantum mechanics, there is a general acknowledgement that we really don't understand the universe like we thought we did. We are seeing the building blocks of the universe, the subatomic particles, the waves, behaving in ways that do not make sense in the context of classical mechanics, which reveal discrepancies in the laws of physics. Yet, the laws of physics still stand and apply in a practical sense when talking about our macroscopic world. But the fabric of the reality that we live in operates by rules that we have yet to uncover. The holographic universe seems in principle to be very much like how you might expect a movie and a projector to work in tandem. When you watch a movie, you enjoy it linearly, going through it one frame at a time, usually at 24, 30, or 60 frames per second. The stories on the screen follow a narrative of some kind, and generally speaking, there are definite laws that make up the universe you are experiencing in the film. Yet, the quantum world, on the other hand, is like being able to observe the entire roll of film timelessly at any point, which includes zooming in on individual frames, playing things backwards, forwards, the sequels and prequels all at the same time. The particles and waves that make up our reality are non-linear and could potentially imply notions of retrocausality. And while they too follow their own set of laws, they are different from the world we exist in at a macro level. Another example of this is found in computer code. What you are seeing on your computer or phone screen at any given time is a filtered projection of what is really going on underneath the surface, designed to be easy for you to interpret. Yet, under the surface of these machines, there is a computer language that is incomprehensible to nearly everyone. Languages like binary and machine code are too simple to make complex algorithms.
Yeah, dude, binary straight up don't make sense. What do you mean? How is everything just a 1 or a 0 and it makes thought, it does things that you want it to do? What?
Effectively in. Instead, programmers use higher-level languages designed to be understood by humans to write code that is then translated into the lower, base-level machine code and then binary at the bottom. What you are seeing when you look at your phone or computer monitor ultimately comprises mountains of ones and zeros that lay under the surface of the digital world, just like what is under the surface of our own reality. You might be familiar with the ancient wisdom teaching, as above, so below, a concept that applies on several levels, describing that which exists in higher realities is a mirror of lower ones. So as with machine code and binary, ultimately all of that computational code is equal to and actively creates the digital experience on your devices. But they are two entirely different paradigms. This is the great challenge of modern science today, unifying quantum mechanics and general relativity, because we are unable to comprehend yet how the physical world and tangible substance, continuity, gravity, life, time, and consciousness emerge from this flux field of quantum information, which appears to operate by an entirely different set of laws related to statistics and probability. Yet, like with machine code and computers, are they really so different? The question then becomes, as many are theorizing today, could our entire reality be nothing more than a simulation, an artificial reality that our consciousness is plugged into? There are some oddities that have been captured on camera that some people believe are glitches in the Matrix. Now maybe these oddities are fake, who knows? But as an example, we do have this curious clip of a bird who is perched in midair without moving before flying away. There was also this news footage from Russia several years ago that someone caught an individual levitating on camera. But when the guy with the camera called out to them, the girl dropped down and ran away. Now again, I'm not trying to say this is hard evidence of a real-life Matrix, but it certainly compels curiosity. And this is what it's really all about. Humanity living in the question, in the mystery of life. And these strange occurrences that beg us to ask the question, what is the true nature of reality? Now, on that note, I encourage you to please do your own research and go down these rabbit holes yourself and make up your own mind. In this way, you become a conduit of free thought rather than following in the herd mentality of that which has been established for you by the powers that be and society at large. Even if the laws of physics as we know them today say that this is impossible, levitation or birds perched in midair, we also know that the laws of physics are incomplete. We don't even know how to properly fit gravity, into our standard model of physics, and perhaps unlocking these secrets will change everything for us. And this brings us to our primary key.
Gravity is fake.
Where we begin with our conspiracy theory of everything, the basis from which everything to come will build off of. The Demiurge is, in essence, a lesson about the illusion of reality. That the entire world as we conceive it to be is based on what we perceive with our physical senses, which is a limited experience of the totality of that which exists in the whole universe. This idea suggests that the illusion of the cosmos is incomplete, and as long as we believe in only it by itself.
What happened with the high squeaky voice with the blue cartoon dude? I'm kind of glad that he's not doing an 1.5-hour video of that. I don't know if he did it. I'm not sure. Maybe he's fully stepped into spirit science. He doesn't have to hide his voice anymore.
We too shall remain incomplete. We are living within a material universe, yes, but there is more to the cosmos than just that. And as long as we choose to believe in this limited reality, we will continue to perpetuate its existence. It is only by embracing that which we don't know and asking the right questions can we break free of the fetters that bind us. In the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean, there is a great deal of discussion that describes the human soul as a light trapped in the veil of the night, a metaphor suggesting that the night is the illusion of separateness, the soul disconnected from the supreme oneness, or simply trapped in illusions in general. Basically anything that is not the highest truth. It is the unilluminated mind that
anything is better than the talking fish. Oh man. Did you hear that? Excuse me. I will not have Hecklefish slander here. No, I'm just kidding. Fuck Hecklefish. He is a goofus. We're back to fuck Hecklefish. It started as fuck Hecklefish, then we loved Hecklefish. No more.
actively creates the reality that it perceives to be real, and as such, humanity lives out its days in the dark, veiled in the illusion of one's own beliefs, disconnected from any higher reality. This was portrayed excellently in Marvel's Doctor Strange, when Stephen denies anything beyond the material universe, and then is shown a glimpse of the multidimensional nature of reality, that thoughts are things. He is shown that all of us steer the reality field by our conscious intent. But yet, as we become complacent in the creation of our lives, we give up control of the driver's seat. But then the question is, who is driving the ship? Literally anyone and everything else. Carl Jung called it the collective unconscious, the collective mind field of everyone whose thoughts and
archons are driving the fucking ship, boys.
Feelings influence our own very decisions and actions by the concentration of their energetic weight. Whether it be the media, the news, advertisements, what your family or friends tell you, or things that you just happen across on the internet. Ultimately, all of it is processed by our egos, which shape who we think we are as we disconnect further from the nature of our being. So the question then becomes, what is the truth? What is the higher reality? And how do we connect with it? The ancient wisdom teachings describe that the quest for wisdom, or enlightenment, or the true nature of being, is a continuous journey into the unknown, and the illumination that we are active creators of our lives, not simply beholden unto the preconceived patterns that we've been following in. The great truth we must understand about the Demiurge is that we are the ones who actively perpetuate its existence by believing in the physical.
Dude, yes! This shit is hitting, right? Is it working for you? It's working for me.
Universe as the ultimate reality. Your beliefs shape the reality that you experience.
Yeah, dude, we render as we go, render as we go. We render as we go, render as we go.
Dr. Bruce Lipton has demonstrated through his work with the biology of belief. The beliefs and ideas that we hold in our minds can be scientifically proven to affect how our DNA and cells express themselves. If you believe you are a lowlife with nothing going on and will die alone and miserable, guess what kind of life you will lead? If you believe you can change the world, guess what kind of life you will lead? In order to break free of the limitations that we feel are imposed upon us, we must first believe that it's possible to do so. We must open ourselves to a greater truth, a greater reality, one that is beyond the Demiurge, and perceive a cosmic truth that forever changes life as we know it. Yet, humanity is not paying attention to messages like this in mass, and there is a reason for it. it is a very significant and critical thing.
Yeah, because they're literally making us not do it.
For this one piece of the puzzle must be resolved in order for humanity to truly advance as a species and break free of illusion collectively.
What, 20 minutes have been removed? What the fuck?
But with that, the mysteries of who is behind all of this aside, how exactly do the world elite control human consciousness?
Okay, so for 20 minutes he said, I think someone might be sabotaging literally every human emotion, every human activity, every human artist, all human art, all human sportage, all human politics, all human anything. I think that these elite Demiurge motherfuckers might be colluding and conspiring together to keep us away from our spiritual power. Bro, I need to see these 20 minutes. What the fuck?
Due to the sheer
This video was 2 hours long? Damn. Is this a Peppa link?
Volume of control mechanisms, here we're going to provide a lighter overview, and you are encouraged to explore these as you see fit. Fear and scarcity. At the highest level...
Oh, dude, you're gonna smash a buzzball, Adrian? Hell yeah. A Wednesday, Friday? That's pretty nice.
Of control, fear is one of the most easiest methods to control the population in mass. This is a two-way street that binds the influence from the elite and us together, for we actively perpetuate the problem when we live from fear and scarcity.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 20 minutes where he described what an egregore is, where us believing in their story or whatever is what creates it. Damn, bro. Well, we know it's real, haha.
Spreading it around to each other like a nasty virus. Fear can be used to corral people in all manner of directions, to take actions that are not in their best interest, or to give up their power and control to others. Our food. For the most part, all of the food that we're eating today is toxic, designed to subdue our creative energy, making us easily addicted to things that are unhealthy for us. Whether it's processed foods, rich with salt, sugar, and fat, or even our produce, which has been chemically engineered or sprayed with pesticides and herbicides. We can see this with Monsanto, who have actually patented seed and GMO production, disallowed the ancient practice of saving seeds, and ultimately controlled the food supply, but have masked it as providing the world food. We recently published a movie called Healing Your Body with Food, Spirit Science 33, which reveals the truth about food and where it comes from today. So we won't get super deep into it here, because there is a lot to cover. But if you want to go deeper into this, please watch that movie after this one is done. Ultimately though, the bottom line here appears to be that we are what we eat, and most of us eat far too much, and in that, consume too many harmful substances. Fluoride in the water. Some have said that fluoride is the metaphorical tears of the New World Order, and that it's their most widely used weapon against us. The idea, in a nutshell, is that governments put fluoride in our water supply in order to negatively affect huge populations and facilitate mass control, whether for financial gain through the health defects that it causes, or for the purpose of disrupting our connection to the spiritual planes. Any quick search of a fluoride conspiracy brings up notions that it calcifies the pineal gland, the organ in our brain that is often linked to consciousness and the third eye. The idea of the pineal gland being linked with consciousness originally came from the French philosopher Descartes, who argued that the interaction between non-local consciousness and the physical world occurred inside of it. If you dig into why water fluoridation began, you find a convoluted, suspicious mess, mostly centering around the aluminum production company Alcoa, who supposedly had a lot of toxic waste to spare that took the form of fluoride as a byproduct of aluminum production. After a single biochemist who was sponsored by them showed in a lab that fluoride affects cavities in rats in 1939, so the story goes, the first public proposal that the US should fluoridate—
This shit is made from aluminum? It's aluminum shit? Jesus Christ, bro.
its water supplies were made.
They put this shit in our water? I hate it here, man.
Not by a doctor, but by an industry scientist. Nowadays, our water is fluoridated in over 24 countries, mostly in the Western world. According to chemist and researcher Charles E. Perkins, who wrote the book The Truth About Water Fluoridation, repeated doses of infinitesimal amounts of fluoride will in time reduce an individual's ability to resist domination by slowly poisoning a certain area of the brain, thus making them submissive to the will of those who wish to govern them. While there are unsupported theories that the Nazis used the chemical in concentration camps or the USSR in their gulags, the threat of fluoride isn't just a theory. The work of Jennifer Luke in the 90s showed that by old age, the pineal gland contains the same amount of fluoride as teeth, having been calcified as we age. Further, a huge review on fluoride toxicity published by the National Research Council in 2006 reported a range of negative side effects from fluoride, including decreased melatonin production and other effects on normal pineal function, which in turn could contribute to a variety of bad effects in humans. In fact, studies from Harvard and China's Shanghai Health Institute may even have linked fluoride to reduced IQ in children and even suggest that it could be toxic to a developing brain. As well as being linked to certain types of cancer, it's also been shown to destroy the male reproductive system in rabbits. The bottom line is, the benefit to risk ratio on water fluoridation is unclear due to a lack of good evidence, with most people not even knowing that they're drinking it. If the conspiracy theories are to be believed, professors doing this research have been met with numerous attempts to discredit them. Stephen Peckham, director of the Center for Health Services at the University of Kent and professor at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine at the University of Toronto, has had his research of water fluoridation rejected from dental health journals. He's even spoken out about being accused of statistics hacking and for research that made the link between fluoride and hypothyroidism. It seems as though someone does not want this info getting out. Entertainment and subliminal messaging. The entertainment industry has been a source of conspiracies for a long time, with often disturbing subliminal messages in children's entertainment, such as references to suicide and sex found in everything from Disney movies to SpongeBob. But it often goes deeper and darker. The entertainment industry, especially Disney, has seen several instances of hiring young children, making them into massive celebrities, making a fortune off of them, and driving them insane. This has also happened with the K-pop industry, with their so-called slave contracts that force the young singers into decades of servitude, having them work endless hour days and running them to the point of exhaustion. There are actually many instances of these young singers collapsing on stage due to exhaustion. This also links back to the conversation of pedophilia networks, for many celebrities have now spoken out about how bad Hollywood really is for pedophilia, including people like Brad Pitt, Elijah Wood, Evan Rachel Wood, and Corey Feldman.
What does Brad Pitt say?
The news often perpetuates a story that things are bad and getting worse. There is a consistent theme from the news of toxicity, and as people watch this in mass, we come to believe it, and thus perpetuate it. The people running the news command more attention by spreading this kind of information because bad news gets more attention than positive stories, and therefore, we continue to create this reality. When you're constantly looking at the world in a negative light, you are not looking at your own light. In fact, you don't even know that there is light within you. There's only darkness, shadows, and frightening imagery. And so what happens? But humanity falls further and further into a world of self-created delusion. It's also worth mentioning that even the local news is ultimately both written for and controlled by a unified source, regardless of the network. Just watch this clip, and you'll see how bad it really is.
Our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media.
The sharing of biased and false
news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Mass surveillance. The Medal of Honor for revealing this really goes to Edward Snowden, the whistleblower who brought to the collective attention how the Secret Service of the US and UK governments had the ability to spy on literally everyone, tracking metadata, watching everywhere that you go, and what you're up to. The first program to be revealed was PRISM, which allows for court-approved direct access to Americans' Google and Yahoo accounts and everything in them. Then came Tempora, a British Black Ops surveillance program run by the NSA's British partner, GCHQ. This includes stuff like call databases, numbers, text messages, and even a secret court order requiring Verizon to hand the NSA millions of Americans' phone records daily. One of Snowden's most frightening statements came in 2013, when he explained that by using the X Keyscore program, I, sitting at my desk, could wiretap anyone, from you or your accountant, to a federal judge or even the president, if I had a personal email. The NSA's top-secret black budget, obtained by Snowden, exposed the successes and failures of over 16 spy agencies comprising the US intelligence community and revealed that the NSA was paying US private tech companies for clandestine access to their communications networks. All in all, it was revealed that the NSA was harvesting millions of emails and instant messaging contact lists, searching email content, tracking and mapping the location of cell phones, undermining attempts at encryption via Bull Run, and that the agency was using cookies to piggyback on the same tools used by internet advertisers to pinpoint targets for government hacking and to bolster surveillance.
Did you hear that?
Yet, after all of this info being dropped, it has mysteriously disappeared from mainstream discussion.
Sorry, excuse me.
Our belief systems. We do it to ourselves. At some level, we have to take responsibility for ourselves. As easy as it may be to point the finger at the ruling elite, and there's no question, justice must be served, we must also recognize ourselves as a part of the problem through our own beliefs, herd mentality, and lack of mindfulness and unwillingness to strive for wisdom. If we wish to truly be a part of the solution—
Yeah, people, we gotta strive for wisdom.
I know you've heard this before, but it's more serious than ever. Be the change you wish to see in the world. As Bruce Lipton has demonstrated with his groundbreaking work in epigenetics, our very beliefs affect our biological systems in deep and very impactful ways. If we can believe we can live a happy life, then we can. And if we believe that it's impossible, then we actually shut off our cells and our bodies from receiving and experiencing satisfaction. Further, people will often try and rope their friends into their belief systems in order to validate their own opinions and perspectives. And so what we're dealing with here is a mass field of consciousness that is trying to push its beliefs onto everyone else, and the truth is muddled and lost. Generally speaking, all of this unconsciousness keeps us small, and we do it to ourselves. The collective mindset—
Mouth farts. Boof burp.
Often appears to—
No, I wasn't a boof.
—lack any interest in education.
Fair, you think a 10? I mean, that was pretty powerful. I was proud of that one. And sustained.
Learning, wisdom, or connecting with truth. And in this, may compel us to outrageous levels of stupidity. Now, at some level, we must be able to laugh at ourselves.
Hilarious that they just pumped fucked up water straight into our homes and filled the grocery store with cancer. Love it here.
Because humans are notorious for often doing very dumb things. And in today's day and age, these things are often captured on camera and shared for all to see, which fills up Reddit and YouTube channels to no end. For example, scrolling through Reddit's Our What Could Go Wrong channel will bring endless laughter at the ridiculous things that people do every day. Yet, it is also a clear reflection of our lack of ability to generally exercise a higher consciousness on a regular basis. If we really want to evolve, we have to do better. From the very top of the chain to the very bottom, it seems clear that there is a problem. At the beginning of this chapter, we said that there is a sickness running through the underbelly of human consciousness. And while we have explored the idea that this sickness may be perpetuated and inflicted upon us by a demonic consciousness, whether it's sick, twisted psychopaths, a reptilian species, or demonic entities themselves, the truth is that we actively perpetuate it by staying asleep, pessimistic, and disconnected. And such is the nature of this chapter within the conspiracy theory of everything. Upon exploring—
Dude, he just ghost rode the whip. Me and my buddy Ian used to do that in high school. We do it in the parking lot.
The spiritual path, we can see that we remain complacent due to the disconnection of—
Listening to fucking the Wolf Pack. What was their other name? They had that song, Got My Vans On, but they look like sneakers. Got my Vans on, but they look like sneakers. But they also had a song called Ghost Ride the Whip. Ghost Ride.
Ghost Ride the Whip. Ghost Ride the Whip. Ghost Ride the Whip.
This is it.
The Whip. Ghost Ride the Whip. Ghost.
No, dude. Who the fuck was it? Wait, who made... Yeah, the pack. Was it that though?
I bet you've never tried this.
As you can see from our diagram,
This is a 19-year-old YouTube video, boys.
Oakland is home to some of the most important social movements of the last 100 years, including the Black Panthers and the word hella. In contrast, Fremont is basically a parking lot with a mayor. Everyone's to blame in this move. We blame Lou Wolf, Billy Bean, Ron Del.
Come on,
Yeah,
go
man.
find it.
The yellow bus rider, man.
This is the song.
Sean T, the real king of slaps, man. Y'all better act like y'all know who he is, man. Yeah. Let me give y'all one-on-one on how to ghost ride. Look, the streets know just what this is. Ghost ride the whip up and down the strip. The Ghostbusters, they the police. Always wanna pull it over for speed. Not me, I get in and scrape. Time marks in the streets look like figure eights. Sasha, you know where I'm going. From the north to the east, just in case you ain't knowing. Baby, uptown politics. Hit the club late there, tryna holler at a chick. Can't get in the club, got a parking lot pimp. Hey, little mama, come holler at a pimp. What you know about? Give you a whip, buy yourself some shoes and then your car kicks. Ice up your neck, your hands in your whip, just to hang out the window, stuck with your click. When you get a new car and you're feeling like a star.
Okay.
What you go do?
Ghost riding. Ghost ride the whip.
When you get a new car and you're feeling like a star. What you go do?
Ghost riding.
Ghost riding.
Fuck yeah, dudes.
Our souls.
This song probably caused so many insurance claims.
When we live just from the ego.
One of the times we did it, my buddy Ian definitely slipped on the hood of my mom's minivan. Or was it his mom's? I can't remember. He like slipped and then I saw his face. He was real scared because he totally, if he wasn't lucky, he would have fallen in front of the car that had no one in it.
We live as self-centered, materialistic, pleasure-seeking beings who do not actively perceive or care for the search for anything greater. The soul is the voice of truth, love, and compassion within you, the most authentic and highest version of you.
That's why they don't want anyone to have compassion ever.
It is the eye of awareness within your heart that connects you to everything, that sees and knows that all things are connected. However, in mass, there are so many who are disconnected from the soul and don't even believe that it exists. Thus, ideas like this are often ridiculed and demeaned by the masses, which further perpetuates the soulless body of human consciousness running rampant. A body of ego. Obviously, this makes it very easy for the elite to control the collective mind using all of the ways that we've explored, because we are not operating from a state of higher collective consciousness. Rather, we are operating as if we are chickens with our heads cut off.
Yeah.
Yet, if even but a glimpse of the soul can be seen, which often happens through lucid dreams, near-death experiences, psychedelic experiences, or other personal transformational revelations, an individual is usually changed forever. It is very difficult to go back to the way things were when you suddenly see and experience within that you are a part of something so much greater than yourself, and that your own thoughts, feelings, and actions have a direct impact on the world around you. How could you go back to being ignorant of this once you know a higher truth? We must be mindful that solving this problem must be taken from both ends of the spectrum. Those who are perpetuating the crimes against humanity, the mass manipulation, the pedophiles, the rapists, the murderers, all of them must be brought to justice. However, if we think this will solve all of our problems, we are sorely mistaken. For if we remain asleep and complacent, we remove one leader and a new one just takes its place, and the cycle continues forever. Thus, the other half of the equation is that we must also take it upon ourselves, each of us, to evolve our way of thinking, to heal the connection with our soul, and to be examples of what it means to be virtuous, soulful, and compassionate.
Yeah.
But again, this is only still just the beginning, for our journey of waking up also stands in alignment with the evolution of technology and the introduction of new tech that will forever shape the future as we know it.
Yeah, because they want us to be robots.
The subject of extraterrestrials has mystified humanity for countless generations. The question of, are we alone in the universe, has inspired us to push forward and advance as a species in the search for life in the great beyond. But to this day, judging by the way people generally treat the subject, it would appear that we have yet to make any form of substantial contact. Yet, the awareness of a deeper truth, that something is being hidden from us, is regularly being leaked to this day. Let's start with some basics, which would be UFOs, which we all know stands for Unidentified Flying Objects, or as they're starting to be called today, UAVs, Unidentified Aerial Vehicles. It was shortly after the 2 atomic bombs went off during World War II that UFO sightings spiked around the world. Hundreds of reports of UFOs began to emerge in the decade that followed the incident, and it was in 1947 in Roswell, New Mexico, that things got really interesting. Reports of a UFO crash landing in the shape of a flying disc inspired tremendous interest in possible alien activity as the US military quickly quarantined and cleaned up the site, claiming it was simply a weather balloon. This was really the beginning, and today, thanks to modern technology, especially cell phones, we have access to thousands, if not tens of thousands, of seemingly unexplainable UFO sightings from around the world. My own personal favorite is the Dome of the Rock incident from 2011, where several independent people caught footage of a bright, glowing, and oscillating orb that descended over the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. After hovering over the sacred temple for several moments, it shot
Oh yeah, or the fucking Phoenix lights
upwards with tremendous speed, disappearing into the sky. In more recent times, a video that was leaked several years ago was released by none other than the Pentagon, featuring 3 separate accounts of US military pilots attempting to track and follow incredibly fast-moving aerial ships, without any clue as to what they were. Along with curious phenomena like these, we also have a long list of ex-military officials who have either claimed to have seen, or even had some level of interaction with these crafts, identifying that not only are they real, but they have no idea what they are. One particular interesting subject in this discussion is the work of Robert Dean, a retired command sergeant major who, after that job, became a ufologist and had been very public about his experiences with UFOs and ETs up until his passing away in 2018. At one point, he gave a presentation, the full thing of which you can find available on YouTube, accounting many of the things that he saw in the military and NASA. The most interesting of which being the story of what happened during the real moon landing. Now, many people today believe that the moon landing itself is a conspiracy, that it was faked because of certain things that stand out about the moon landing that don't make sense, such as why the crosshairs of a camera are appearing behind a particular object on the screen, or the strange objects in the reflection of the astronaut's visor. But what Robert Dean has described was that there was actually a real moon landing. But what happened was that upon arriving at the moon, what the astronauts found was that it was populated. There were, according to him, little alien people walking all over the place, ships flying through the, well, I'd call it air, but I guess they don't have oxygen up there, do they? This was such a shock to the astronauts that after their visit, they returned back with 40 rolls of film of what they saw, and NASA supposedly destroyed it. The thinking seems to be that the revelation of this truth was so out there that NASA buried the truth because of what would happen to the world if this was to get out. Now, I'm not saying that I'm in support of hiding the truth, but at the same time, think of how many religious beliefs would be shattered from this truth. How much chaos would be caused if all of a sudden our entire global paradigm was to change in an instant. Again, I'm not saying that they're destroying the footage, if it did happen, was a good thing, but at the very least, trying to see things from every perspective. Specifically, there was an ex-CIA operative who spoke with AJ Plus at one point, and she described that the single most important thing that she learned from her time as basically a spy was that everyone believes they are the good guy. So even if this event did happen, whoever it is at NASA who controlled all of the information probably did it believing they were doing the right thing. We will return to Robert Dean at another point soon because he shared something else that was very interesting. However, first we have to discuss this. You may be familiar with a man named Bob Lazar, one of, if not the first, to come forward with inside leaks about the secret government UFO programs. He claimed to have been hired in the late 1980s to reverse engineer purported extraterrestrial technology at what he described was a secret site called S4, a site similar to, and rather close to, Area 51. He described that he had access to a recovered UFO ship and for several years was attempting to discover the secrets of how it worked. Lazar claimed that the propulsion of the studied vehicle was fueled by the chemical element with the atomic number 115, known today as moscovium, or E-115, which at the time was named unampentium, since it hadn't been created yet. However, it was first synthesized in 2003 by a joint team of Russian and American scientists for real. He said that the propulsion system relied on a stable isotope of E-115, which supposedly generated a gravity wave after being excited by livermorium, element 116, during proton bombardment. He argued that the decay products brought about by the reaction between the two elements would include gravitons, a hypothetical quantum particle that is thought to be responsible for gravity. In his new Netflix documentary, he used the analogy that the craft is kind of like a bowling ball. If you were to put a ball onto a piece of fabric or your bedsheet and then proceeded to push down on the areas around it, the bowling ball would fall forward into the bends and gaps that you create around it. In this way, the craft would kind of just fall through space by distorting space-time around it, like in a continuous rolling motion. This is what allowed the vehicle to fly and to evade visual detection by bending light around it. He said it levitated silently, and when it was activated, he was unable to even put his hand on it because the force would repel his hand away.
Vegas Mike, are you talking about me? Bro just said the moon landing was faked. What? They literally placed refractors on the mission, which astrologists all over the world have used to calculate the exact distance of the moon ever since. Without those refractors having been placed, they wouldn't have been able to determine the distance to the moon. Ranging retroreflectors being the exact name. Know the guy in the video? I mean, he's actually saying that aliens are living up there. He's not going in on the moon landing is fake. I think it's fake.
Like a strong gravitational field. According to intel that he received while at S4, the ship, which was one of 9 that the military had access to, was originally from the twin binary star system called Zeta Reticuli, and had belonged to the Greys, which are the most common visual of aliens that we generally see today when you think of what an alien might look like. We even have an emoji for it. He also explained that the way that the military worked was so secretive that they wouldn't even let the various divisions studying the craft to communicate with each other, so progress on reverse engineering the technology
compartmentalization
was very slow. While one group would be working on controls, another on propulsion, and another on, well, you get the picture. But due to this isolation, they wouldn't easily be able to identify how the different parts of the ship were interconnected and worked together, and thus reverse engineering became very difficult. This was especially challenging because supposedly the ship was entirely interconnected. There weren't really any moving parts. It seemed to be one singular solid object. The seat and floor and panels and walls were all one singular material with no sharp edges anywhere, an entirely different kind of machine than anything we're used to today. Now, after Lazar came out publicly about this, his life fell apart. Many people quickly looked into his life and found that he seemingly never had any of the education degrees that he claimed to have had. Yet, upon deeper investigation, documents stored away in his old university proved that he was telling the truth. Bob explained that after he came out publicly, he received a phone call from his ex-employers who said, "Do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now that you've done this?" And for many years, Bob suffered as much of his past was erased, and he was made to look like a fool in front of the masses. Now, Bob's story is a very interesting one. My highest recommendation is checking out the documentary he created with Jeremy Corbell called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers, as well as the Joe Rogan podcast that
Jeremy Corbell
they appeared on, where Bob goes deep into the story of what happened and what he learned. But Bob isn't the only one to come forward with some fascinating stories, and this brings us to Dr. Stephen Greer, who founded the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence, or CSETI, in 1990 to create a diplomatic and research-based
Dude, he's too jacked.
Initiative to contact extraterrestrial civilizations, along with the Disclosure Project in 1993, a research project devoted to disclosing to the public information that the government and military supposedly have had regarding the existence of UFOs and ETs. The organization claims to have over 3,000 confirmed reports of UFO sightings by pilots and over 4,000 proofs of what they describe as landing traces, evidence of UFOs landing on the Earth and leaving behind a sort of electromagnetic signature. If we pair this with what Bob Lazar said, it's entirely possible these ships could be bending light, entirely invisible to us, though perhaps not high-level military scanners. Dr. Greer also appeared on the Joe Rogan podcast many years ago and explained some very interesting things. What he received from a collection of over 30 documents from the NRO, NSA, CIA, FBI, and presidential
yeah, this dude's a cuck. I agree.
Briefings was that the way that these ships work and the way these ETs understand the universe is leagues beyond our own. What he described was that while today we believe that light is the fastest thing in the universe, this is only a barrier, and on the other side of the speed of light are laws that are governed by some sort of super consciousness, and that it is from this higher awareness that interdimensional travel becomes possible, and you can move throughout the universe nearly instantaneously without worrying about the speed of light, which is simply too slow to travel at if you're going from solar system to solar system, or especially across the galaxy, or even between galaxies. This is incredibly important to us because it's relative to the idea that consciousness and conscious thought actively steers the field of reality that creates the experiences that we have.
Yeah.
This is a subject we will return to shortly. However, this conversation has one massive implication. You see, one thing that Dr. Greer explained was that the significance of alien life to us isn't really all about ETs at all, but about technology. The very instant that it became available would completely transform life on Earth forever. Imagine suddenly being able to travel to distant planets or explore the universe, and forget about having power to fuel the entire world's energy requirements forever. You'd have enough power to blow up a planet if you wanted to. This has tremendous implications to it, and may
Let's Alderaan some shit. Dude, let's get rid of Jupiter. Let's back up Tyreek and fucking blow Jupiter up with the Death Star.
even be part of the reasoning for keeping the technology hidden for now. The question arises, is this technology hidden so that only the secret rulers of the world can have it? Or is it because humanity is not yet ready to inherit such a gift? One final piece in the ET and UFO conspiracy is the concept of the hoaxed alien attack. This comes from the late Dr. Werner von Braun.
Yes.
The top Nazi scientist of Hitler's army, who, after World War II, came to the United States to work for the US government. Funny how that happens. And on his deathbed, he theorized that after a war with the Middle East, one day there would be a hoaxed alien attack, which was a part of the secret plan to weaponize space and control the world. He actually urged Dr. Rosen, his secretary, to thwart this plan above all else, because if it were to come to pass and space was weaponized, whoever controlled these powers would have complete and supreme control over everyone, and the world would fall under the complete control of the oppressors.
After a war with the Middle East, which is the last part of the fucking Albert Pike letter.
Now, the subject of ETs does not end there, however, because there is also the reptilian conspiracy. Most famously brought to public attention by the British conspiracy theorist David Icke, it's become one of the most infamous and popular conspiracy theories ever, sparking numerous parodies and commentaries in the media and TV shows.
10-1.
To put it simply, Icke believes that an interdimensional race of reptilian entities known as Archons have hijacked the Earth and are stopping humanity from realizing our true potential. He has argued that these Archons are the same beings mentioned in many Gnostic texts that have identified themselves as demons and rulers of the 7 planets in various traditions, mostly having the ultimate goal of preventing souls from leaving the material realm. He claims that because of this, they have gone by many names throughout history, including the Anunnaki from Sumerian myth and the Watchers and Nephilim from the Book of Enoch. He argues that human sacrifice to the gods in the ancient world was actually for the reptilians' benefit, especially the sacrifice of children, because he tells us that at the moment of death by sacrifice, a form of adrenaline surges through the body, accumulating at the base of the brain, and is apparently more potent in children, something that is today reminiscent of adrenochrome. Bringing it more into the modern day, he claims that a genetically modified human Archon hybrid race of shape-shifting reptilians, known as the Babylonian Brotherhood, or the Illuminati or Freemasons to us today, manipulate global events to keep humans in constant fear, so that the Archons can feed off of the negative energy that this creates. Now, he has also claimed that the members of this secret elite are descended from reptilians coming from the Draco constellation. He stated that the reptilians come not only from another planet, but also another dimension, the lower level of the 4th dimension, which he calls the astral plane, the one nearest to the physical world. As of 2003, when his books originally brought this theory out, he said that the reptilian bloodlines include all American presidents, 3 British and 2 Canadian prime ministers, several Sumerian
no lies detected
kings and Egyptian pharaohs, and a whole bunch of celebrities. Remember when that article went viral about how Justin Bieber supposedly turned into a giant reptile in front of everyone? Some of the most prominent bloodlines are said to include the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, various wealthy European families, and established families of the eastern United States, and the British royal family. In fact, he said in numerous interviews that he saw former British Prime Minister Ted Heath's eyes turn entirely jet black while the 2 men waited for a Sky News interview in 1989. Ultimately, the global elite make up the top of the pyramid for the reptilians in modern day, all with the intention to keep us sedated and trapped in this reality without gaining a higher knowledge. At the top of the global elite are what Icke has referred to as the prison wardens, who oversee us in
We're gonna stop at the 1 hour mark.
What is, to them, just a prison world. Along with the New World Order, their main goal is apparently to create a microchipped population, a one-world government, and a global Orwellian fascist state, a brave new world, which he claims will be a post-truth era where freedom of speech is denied. And how are they planning to do this, you might ask? Well, if Icke is to be believed, then the Brotherhood either created or controls everything. Things like the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, Round Table, the Council on Foreign Relations, Chatham House, the Club of Rome, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, the Trilateral Commission, and the Bilderberg Group, as well as the media, military, CIA, MI6, Mossad, scientific publications, most religious
of course they run all this shit.
Doctrine, and even the internet. In other words, they control every aspect of our society.
Yeah, I kind of hope that it's a dome and the stars are portals to somewhere else. I hope that it's just like The Expanse, like you get to go in the ring and then pick 1 out of 1,300 planets to go to, and you can get the fuck away from this one.
And can make us believe what they want, when they want. Before we move on, I think it's important that we now revisit Bob Dean and a particularly interesting story that he shared during the European Exopolitics Summit in 2009. He described that he was attending his son's retirement ceremony from the US Navy in Washington, D.C., and at this event, there were a great deal of active and retired generals, admirals, captains, and more. One particular retired Navy scientist approached him and said, "Hey, I know you. You're that retired command sergeant major who has opened up about the UFOs. I have a story for you. That my last government job was as a plasma fusion physicist at a top secret place outside of Las Vegas. And I was working there for 5 years with 2 guys who were not from here. They were from somewhere else. Delightful people supporting us in figuring out plasma fusion, which equates to infinite energy forever." The man said, "After a few years of working with these guys, I approached one of them and asked, 'Okay, what do you really think of us, humans, as a species?' And the alien said, 'Well, since you've asked, we think you are a primitive, savage, and dangerous race.' The other alien who was listening in then leaned in and said, 'And you also smell bad.' And he explained that it's
Rude. Well, they were talking to Donald Trump. That makes sense.
not really about our bodies, although yes, we have polluted our bodies and the earth to a wild extent, but that we also have a psychic odor about us. Our thoughts and feelings are so negative that other higher species find it terribly offensive." While this story is actually kind of funny, it's also something that we should take very seriously. According to the reports and expressions from many whistleblowers, the other species who are interacting with us are actually mostly benevolent, and if we can really listen to what they have to say and do some meaningful self-reflection, it may just help us to clear out our own negativity, release ourselves from any reptilian or other controlling influences, and put us into a position to meet some really cool otherworldly species. Know your customer. It's the de facto business mantra of our modern era. Collect enough information on everyone's web browsing and social media habits, listen
And get all their movements from the Wi-Fi and the 5G, and then fucking melt them where they stand.
to what they talk about when they believe they're alone, and feed the data into a network of computers so complex that computer scientists aren't even sure how it works at all anymore. This complex neural network of computers, data, and programs are then linked to nearly all of us through the apps and web services that we use on a daily basis, spitting out products, content, and suggestions catered to individual desires better than anything that has ever been done before, keeping the masses glued and engaged on their phones, tablets, and desktops like nobody's business,
Maddening.
and have been specifically designed to manipulate our thoughts and feelings in order to keep us using the apps longer, get our friends and family engaging, and spend more money in the process. This is our current reality. And what's more interesting,
Dude, I literally feel everywhere that I go, well, and like all of us, we're just made to move around and give people our money. We're just little batteries. Everything costs something.
the business model is
This is what they made. God gave us heaven, and they said, what about subscription fees? Have you guys heard the shit about that they're basically buying all of the, like, what is it, the graphics cards, so that they're so expensive because Jeff Bezos wants you to rent your computer from him. You no longer have processing power at home. You rent it from a facility. Crazy, right?
wildly successful, and most people don't even know that they're a part of it. Where does humanity go from here? A cyberpunk dystopia? As technology continues to advance, there is concern growing in the mind.
Oh, that guy his name is Papa from Stranger Things is fuck, what's his name? Hold on. It's on the tip of my tongue. Wait. I can't remember.
Minds of those who have freed themselves from the Matrix long enough to realize that there is an issue. As technology continues to evolve and humans become more integrated with it, the line seems to blur between what is real and what is not. Then again, if all of reality is an illusion anyways, does it even matter?
Yeah, Stephen Greer, thank you.
Let us begin our exploration with the software that currently exists today that begins to blur the lines between reality and illusion. Deepfakes. Technology is just now reaching a point where we can produce videos of just about anyone saying or doing things that they otherwise wouldn't say,
President Trump is a total and complete dipshit.
Granted, this technology is still in its infancy, and while that clip itself can easily be identified as a fake, every day as it improves, it becomes more and more difficult to tell the difference between deepfake and reality. Even today, it's being used in nefarious ways, including making porn videos of celebrities by taking their faces and applying them to other bodies. As time goes on, we may exist in a world where across the internet could exist countless videos of famous people, celebrities, politicians, all saying things that they would never otherwise say. And what happens when it gets so good that nobody can tell the difference? The real and fake versions arguing over which one is authentic. But of course, this is only the beginning of our technological conspiracies and how we slowly lose touch with our world as we enter into new ones. One of the biggest growing concerns in the world is the belief that the powers that be are attempting to control everyone through advanced microchip technology. For while each of our mobile devices already track and monitor us, the microchips could be used to monitor and potentially even manipulate thoughts and emotions on a mass level, just like Facebook and Google are already doing today. The powers that be wouldn't just be watching you on the outside, they'd be able to monitor everything inside, everything about you, down to what you think about.
They do be doing that, bro.
Technology, combined with an AI that can associate complex combinations of states within your physiology, predicting future behaviors and affecting our perception and decision-making processes, a very scary and possible reality becomes available to us, one where we integrate with technology. As we know, this is already happening on some level right now, with the algorithms actively recording everything you search and serving it back to you on a silver platter. This, however, would be a far more invasive integration. And what's even crazier to consider is that people would do it voluntarily. You see, very few people are going to just allow this technology to be embedded in their bodies just so that the government can monitor them.
Hell no.
Rather, just like with cell phones today, the microchip will be a no-brainer for people who are willing to receive the benefits of this tech. And the exchange? Intimate access to your personal information. Everything you see.
I think Cat Dad is human. Let's go, dude.
Think, feel, touch, taste, and so on. But what kind of benefits would there be? Well, at the earliest level, which Elon
I know Cat Dad is real. They wish they could AI me, dude.
Musk has already announced with Neuralink, is that by connecting a very few tiny wires directly into your brain, they could theoretically overwrite neural patterns of depression, anxiety, and even help heal spinal problems, among other things. But in the grand scheme of things, and with a great deal of innovation, where this technology seems to go is into the realm of having a sort of telepathic link to the internet. When you have a question, instead of pulling out your phone and searching for the answers on the internet, you can access all of the information instantaneously about anything that you want. For others with the implant, you may find yourself connecting to others in a pseudo-telepathic kind of way, where your thoughts and feelings could be personally shared with others in real time, communicating beyond words, but with a language of images, pictures,
but filtered through Palantir,
and even sharing experiences. This would allow you to connect with others both mentally and empathically as well, which could bring people closer together. This would fundamentally change the education system too, for who needs school when you have instant access to every bit of information known to mankind right there in your mind.
And it's every book is written by Peter Thiel.
This chip could theoretically support you in
Yeah, remember when that lady was talking about how they could use it to cause pain on purpose as punishment? Yeah. I really think they're doing it to us without our consent using the smart dust. Yeah. Do you think the aluminum shit that they're spraying in the skies just comes down and becomes the smart dust? It's just a continuous rain of aluminum in our eyes and our mouths.
Downloading information thousands, if not millions of times faster than reading or watching documentaries. Much like Neo in the Matrix, downloading a lifetime worth of fighting techniques.
You had a nightmare that you were forced to get a Neuralink? That's the only way I'd ever get that shit.
And becoming a kung fu master in a single
and I'd force it out of my brain with my fucking thoughts.
Day. This level of integration could be possible with this kind of technology. Imagine if you wanted to become
No, the fuck it can't. No way.
An amazing artist, or learn everything there is to learn about programming, quantum mechanics, or even becoming a professional accountant or lawyer. So why not just spend an afternoon or evening downloading and installing courses directly into your mind? You could theoretically condense 6 years of intense university studies into a weekend and have the exact same level of knowledge, or even greater knowledge, compared to someone who took the time to learn it the old-fashioned way. And as more and more people integrate with technology, it may even lead to a collective hive mind, where everyone's own brains become processors for a collective consciousness shared amongst all integrated people. On the one hand, it's very much like the Borg from Star Trek, but on the other hand, it seems to relate with many ancient writings, such as the Hermetic texts, as well as ideas that people like Stephen Greer have put forward. The idea that there is only one consciousness, and while all of our bodies appear separate and perceive disconnection from one another, ultimately, we're all sharing the same consciousness within the source field. The advent of this kind of technology would have earth-shattering implications for all of us, and life would never be the same. A sense of personal boundaries and privacy disappears as we become more open and interconnected in mind and body. But again, as wonderful as some of these ideas sound, the conspiracy remains. Who programmed the AI that links into our minds? And much like Facebook and Google operating today, would this mental tech dissolve our personalities, losing our individuality, and making us more like robots?
That's the whole point. Duh.
When all of us are connected in this kind of way, the lines of reality blur further, and we are called to ask, who are we, really? Yet the microchip technology is really—
Okay, this video rules. We're gonna finish it tomorrow. We gotta wrap up. I got early-ass yoga. All right, boys. Guten Tag, ja. Auf Wiedersehen, ja. I don't know why I'm being a little German boy. Strudel, yeah. Oh, because I'm thinking of Peter Thiel. You know we're going to be back on our bullshit tomorrow, boys. Wonder if something crazy is going to happen tomorrow. You think all this solar flare energy is going to give us some craziness? I was told that we were supposed to be able to see the Aurora Borealis everywhere. I haven't seen shit. I haven't seen a single fucking thing. Pisses me off. The hell? Anyway, alright. Breathe the frick in. Breathe out. Breathe in. And you're gonna breathe out. And breathe out. Hell yeah, Barry. You can still have some dino nuggets. It's okay. Breathe in. Oh my god, speaking of dino nuggets, I was talking to my grandma for like 2 hours last night. And I was just thinking about her because she was telling me that she just eats she just eats chicken nuggets and frickin' French fries. She's like, that's all I ever do. Whatever. But she was like unprompted, bro. My grandma's fucking awesome. She goes, you know, I kind of think that Charlie Kirk thing was because they don't want to talk about that. What's that one guy with the files? And I said, Grandma, are you talking about Jeffrey Epstein? She said, yeah. I don't think that they want anyone talking about that because I think that they're all like that. Grandma. Yeah, old people are toddlers for sure. They be driving their cars into their garages, eating dino nuggets. You know, talking about Jeffrey Epstein. But that was so funny. I was like, dude, everyone's gonna love that. It was like unprompted grandma bringing up Jeffrey Epstein. My grandma's way more based than my mom. We love mom, but She's probably like, oh, it's not all of them. It's not all of them. It's just a couple. They're all good people. They mean well. They became politicians to help, to serve their community. Grandma's like, they're all pedophiles. Anyway, all right, no more tomfoolery. We gotta wrap up. Gotta get up at 6:30. Oh. Well, I don't have to, but I want to. I like to. All right, boys, here we go. We are the door. Close your eyes, settle into stillness, and feel your breath. A signal fire in the dark, calling the rest of you home. Inhale through your nose. And exhale, letting go of everything that isn't here now. Tonight we remember, we are not separate. We are not small. We are not stuck. We are not CUCKS. I added that part. We are cells in the body of the cosmos, fingers of a sleeping giant flexing toward wakefulness. We are the echo of God remembering itself. Yo. And the echo's growing louder, so inhale. And exhale. You are a fractal of something vast, something ancient, moving through a cycle of forgetting and remembering, dissolving, reintegrating, dying, being reborn, again and again, not because you failed, but because the spiral leads upward. You are the investigator, a seeker sent by Source, to knock on doors that weren't there before, to feel for the seams of reality, to find the hidden hinge and push. Inhale. And exhale. You're not here by accident. You're not here to obey. You're here to open. You're here to remember. This body, this breath, this moment, it's all a portal. So as we close tonight, know that the sun behind the sun sees you. The great pattern welcomes you. And the hidden door is already opening. We'll see you on the other side. Huzzah! The knit witches kick all the hidden doors open. We're the first through the gate. Oh man, it's gonna be incredible. All right, dudes. Mark?
Our cities that we occupy, the ruins of
we'll see you tomorrow.
That they are hastily
the journey continues tomorrow. We love you, John Levi. We'll watch John tomorrow, I promise.
Have been deemed historical. And even
cook it up. Black. Dead. Get him, boy. He's my freaking brother, don't you know?
See myself in the silhouette of the sunset. Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapsed bunk beds, but this cut's never gonna heal.
If I keep investigating the cause,
it'll just increase the infection rate. When it's left to wait in the gauze, press play and then press pause. I'll find my place where I left off against all betting odds. In one ear and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot. I'll keep my head high when it gets.
This sounds awesome.
Never better off, just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck what they tell the cops and fellow.
Ooh, great fires every city, still has not been caught. Good night, dudes. We'll see you tomorrow. Mañana. Bitch. Great fire every city, still was not caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not on top. We lost pop when they top. We're gonna mess your shit up, Paul.
I'm recursive cat dad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust, seeking to know thyself.
Ain't a cuck.
Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to self-destruct.
Bang.
My stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. And our Uncle Paul, the domestic terrorist, and Aunt Deb, the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took.
We just want our memory.
The great fire of every city still has
Not been caught.
Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they taught the proof. It's all been a goof.
Black Death already sent me another layup, so expect something else soon. We're gonna fuck Paul up with music. Good night, Aunt Deb, you lot lizard hussy.
My war paint is lead-based, and it's in your face like a head case. But you'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all in a vegetative state. Pagans infiltrated the jail, snakes will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self, escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk, but I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks.
Ooh!
Great fire of every city still is without caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they taught the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't know what they got. We just know what they took.
Bitch! Let's go. Alright, boys. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Give them hell. What we weave becomes. Have a good night. Love you all. Ta-ta. A tout à l'heure. Aujourd'hui. A bientôt. I always forget the other ones. Dankeschön. Aloha. Adios. Alright, boys. I love going to bed to my NFL Street Volume 2 track. Rhyming so much room for activities and obscenities is next level shit. Fuck yeah, dude. Alright.